Welcome everybody to the OCC Ultimate. This is the culmination of 3 months of grinding through the clashes where we've got our top 8 players in this 2-day extravaganza trying to get the lion's share of the $3,000 prize pool. I'm your host, Christo. I'm joined here by Spooz and Bubbles. We'll have Starry and Berto joining us later on as well for the additional quarterfinal matchups. We're going through the 4 of them today. Join us tomorrow at the same time where we're going to get the semifinals, the bronze match, and the finals done as well. We're coming off a huge weekend last weekend where we had the OCC clash, we had the qualifications for the World Championships, and now we are back here today with 2 more days of cards. Spooz, we had a heck of a weekend last weekend. Any predictions for this weekend?
Last weekend was really dominated by J King. He just won the clash on Saturday, got an 83-0 in the top 4 qualification for the World Championship. So yeah, I think he's definitely the one to beat here today.
Bubbles, you feeling the same way that J King's got a ton of momentum coming into this weekend and we expect big things?
Yeah, I mean, he always does. He's always a force to be reckoned with. He has been for a while, and realistically, he probably will be for a while.
Right on. Let's go ahead and bring up the bracket. Let's not just talk about J King. We got some other folks here as well. We got J King versus Zai Loser in our first matchup. Bezio versus Head in our second. Artemisia and TB273. Gorg and Tang Tang. I have to say, this is a solid top 8. It is no secret that they have gone through 3 months to qualify here for the 3rd OCC Ultimate, and we are definitely seeing the cream of the crop. So why don't we get ready for our first matchup here, where we've got J King taking on Zai Loser. We're gonna go ahead and see that J King's bringing some fun from the OCC Clash last week. I think a deck that we all didn't expect to perform the way it did. So let's get into his player card here. We'll take a quick peek and then we'll dive into his deck list. So J King, over 26,000 matches played, 70% win rate, alongside that with the ultimate rank of first. No surprise here that our 2-time defending world champion is ranked first here in the ultimate. Let's just go ahead and dive straight into the decks, because the favorite card of double strength is telling a little bit of a story. Spooz, why don't we get into J King's lineup?
Yeah, J King, bringing a really similar lineup than we just saw last Saturday, where just he played against Zai Loser as well. Pretty cool coincidence that they're just facing in the quarterfinals round 1 here today. And J King is bringing as the first deck the Soviet Italy control deck that we haven't seen too much, but once we saw it, it was performing pretty well. It has a lot of guards, a lot of strong value units, and with a lot of strong Soviet elites in it. It's definitely a deck that is good against aggro, mid-range, and also against also very strong in the late game. Then we have Japan, Germany aggro. J King again bringing 1 copy of Eagle Claws here, 1 copy of 7 Schützen, and 1 copy of Enigma, just in case, your opponent is in the front line and you can't really draw with your expansions or your martyrs. Then we have that interesting deck that we just talked about with the double strength. A deck that was performing pretty well last week. It is Brit US double strength OTK. So the game plan is to cycle through your decks, keep your commandos in hand, keep your double strengths in hand, and 1 copy of the Crusader. And then you just, play these double strengths. They get shuffled back into your deck, and the commandos are constantly pinging your opponent's units and HQ. And if the timer is not beating you, you just chip down your opponent's health and kill him by this insane combo. And the 4th deck we see here is the good old US-Germany frontline deck. 2 copies of Blitzkrieg. We saw players playing 1 copy last week, but we also saw them struggling a little bit finding that 1 copy. So 2 copies just doubles your chances to find it, and it's one of the key cards that you want to find in this deck, and therefore 2 copies. And the rest, I think, is very standard. Also 1 copy of Eagle Claws in this one. But overall, just the deck that we know very, very well over the past months, and we'll probably see a few more times until the new expansion hits.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Spooz. There you have J King's lineup. Let's flip over to his opponent with Zai Loser here. Over 10,000 matches played, a 69% win rate. Nice. The 8th ultimate rank. So a little bit of a callback as well to the Volks Grenadier. Probably not something we're going to see today in this OCC Ultimate. Bubbles, why don't you take us through Zai Loser's deck lineup here to see what he is bringing to this best of 5 with 1 ban?
Yeah, Xyluza has fairly similar decks to what we saw before. We see here the OTK deck, which was very much obsessed with last time, this Diplomatic Attaché OTK. It does make a return, however, it's not the only thing we see this time. There was, a little bit of an obsession with this card. It did have some varied success, but really you need this GPW to make it work, because this does exactly 12 damage. And without GPW, it just doesn't feel quite as consistent as compared to other decks. We then have a Brit-Soviet control deck. It runs Enemy at the Gates, which is something which has seen a little bit more play lately. It can offer as an AoE removal tool, but it can also offer as helping you close out the game, giving your guards extra attack, especially if you can get this on like a Blackwatch or something. However, we did also see it backfire a couple times, so it wasn't quite able to clear the board, and you left your opponents with a really, really well-statted and aggressive board. So this is a little bit of an interesting deck. You obviously have the Commonwealth as the win condition as well. You've got the Lancaster B3, which increases the cost of all units in hand. If you can get 2 or 3 attacks with this, it can really be quite decisive. So this is a very interesting deck. It feels like a little bit of a mash between your traditional Soviet control deck and this guard deck we've actually seen Bezio been trying out in a couple tournaments. So there seems to be a little bit of blending between those, and I'm really interested to see how this deck works out because it's a little bit more unique. And then the last 2 decks are things we've seen a fair amount lately. We've got Jagro. Jagro has been one of the most popular decks for a long time. We do see Nebelwerfer in the deck, which isn't something you usually see. So I'm really curious to see how this works out. And then we do have a slightly heavier end in this Jagro deck. We've got Burst of Fire, and then we have FW, Goshikin, and KI-83, so we can try and close out the game with our blitz fighters. Most Jaguar decks are very much all in on the ground. You try to go very quickly. You've got a couple air units, but this is close to what we used to see in these Japan air decks. Not quite. I'd still call it Jaguar, but it's fairly similar. It's certainly leaning on that side. And then we do have what is essentially the deck flipped. It's a Germany-Japan, more of a mid-range deck. We've got cards like the Leopold, we've got the Comet in here, we've got the Jag Bomber, the Stutzen, but it's still a very aggressive leaning deck. We've got lots of cheap units, things that can move very, very quickly. So I'm going to be really interested to see how the Germany-Japan deck works out and how the Brit-Soviet deck works out. Those are sort of my decks to keep an eye on because these are a little bit weirder and not something we've seen as recently.
Thank you so much, Bubbles. Why don't we bring up the bands here and see which decks these players are going to be able to bring into this first matchup. So J King is losing that Soviet Italy control list. And then on the other side, Zai Loser's not going to get to play that Brit kind of guard list you were talking about there, Bubbles. You mentioned that you weren't entirely sure how that, Brit Soviet Commonwealth guard sort of thing was going to work out. What's your take on J King's ban here of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fairly sensible ban when you have aggressive decks or decks that try to burn out your opponent. Another thing to point out is generally decks with Soviets and Britain offer a good way of killing commandos, which means you have to be really, really careful with how you use these commandos. Because if you play all your commandos at the end of the game in this double strength OTK deck, you don't kill your opponent that turn, and then they clear your commandos through one means or another, whether it's, bloody sickles or supply shortages. That's essentially the game over. So it's really important to think about what does your opponent have. If your opponent has lots of healing, so you can't kill them in one turn, and lots of ways of killing your commandos, closing out those games is going to be far more difficult with that OTK deck.
And Spooz, if you are J King looking at, your bans, you figure, sure, you've got Jagro, you've got Frontline, those are fairly aggressive decks, and guards can be a problem. But is your OTK deck, just by the nature of it, kind of the most fragile in your lineup, and you have to look at protecting that a little bit?
Honestly, I don't think so. It performed pretty well last time. It's really consistent in a lot of matchups. So I honestly don't understand why Zai Loser did not ban that one and did go for the Soviet Italy control. And that because he might have known that his Brit deck also gets banned, so he's kind of only left with decks that don't have a lot of healing. So I don't understand Zai Loser's ban, but I'm pretty sure they have an idea. Maybe they want to avoid these long control mirror matches and just want to face these aggressive decks. We're just going to find out how this is working for them, since we're already in match number 1 here.
I'm curious, and I want to draw attention to something in Zai Loser's hand, which is this Burst of Fire. I'm curious if Zai Loser banned this control deck just out of fear of guards, because if your enemy's HQ is guarded up, it's really difficult to close out the games with these fighters. You do have like Pursuit and things to bounce them, but if your opponent has multiple guards, then that's just not happening, and it's 4k to push a guard back. It's very expensive. Now we see J King with an extremely aggressive start here, which is going to enable him to get some M4 Sherman draw and possibly close out the game quickly with this Blitzkrieg. If you're Zai Loser here, you can clear 2 of these Greyhounds, but that doesn't feel good enough. I wonder if you just go for the Marder and pass back the turn, or if you're too worried about being blown out if you drop the Marder.
Yeah, I think that would be a really risky move. Just getting rid of 1 Greyhound here and having 3 units on board for himself. We just expected Sherman from J King here, I guess. Or is he doing the value trades maybe with the Greyhounds into Aradu and 35T?
I don't think you can go for the greed out trades. I think you have to go for the Sherman. The only benefit for going to the greed out trades is you do have this Enigma to refill your hand still. But if Zai Loser hand dumps and pushes the front line, you're in a really awkward situation, especially because you don't have any cheap ways of taking the front line back. You do have Hellcat, but it's a lot of credits and it only has 2 health, and you've used most of your Greyhounds, so retaking the front line could be difficult.
And that's why we see the Sherman here for J King, refilling the hand and giving, let Zai Loser spend credits here to get to the front line.
However, Air Superiority offers a really nice way of clearing the front line. However,
24
looks like he may opt to hold on to it and just trade with these chocolate infantry for the Japanese. And obviously the original ones, the 32nd for the USA, have been reserved. However, these can offer a slightly similar strategy of trading fairly carelessly. You just trade these into units and you don't worry if your opponent's getting bigger value on it because you are getting new cards out of it. You're going to pass back the turn with 1 credit and not go for the trade. That is interesting.
Why would you do that?
I am not sure. If I'm being honest, I am not sure why you wouldn't trade there. It's
That deck is from Zai Loser's only running 2 copies of 24s, is it? 24s.
I can't imagine you only run 2 of them. You've got to run at least 3.
We saw a lot of players do this. Oh yeah, he's running 3.
Yeah, I feel like 3 is more sensible. I feel like 2, you don't quite get enough value. I understand not wanting to run 4. You maybe don't want this many copies of it, and you have a bigger chance of finding 2 of them at once. But I feel like running 2 of them, you're not getting quite enough value for the card to be worth it anymore.
It's so interesting, especially because, Zai Loser played into the Eagle Claws now a lot here with not attacking.
Played into the Eagle Claws. Passed a credit, which in these matchups, being as credit efficient as possible is really important. Was that a misplay? J King playing the 35T without an infantry on board and had a 1k infantry in hand. I think that might have been a blunder there. I think J King may have been expecting that Panzer 35T to have 0 operation cost, not realizing, hey, I don't actually have any infantry on board. Because usually at this point in the game, you do have an infantry on board, and you often don't even need to think about it. Yeah, so really possibly a blunder there. May give Zai Loser a little bit of wiggle room to move around in. 5th Ranger is really not as powerful as it usually is, as the Stutzen trades into it so effectively. Same with a Sherman to the front line. I wonder if you're J King here, do you just move up the Sherman, trade into the Marder, get rid of it while possible? Because it is going to offer a lot of draw. And sure, Zai Loser has a big hand, but this matchup is very value-based at this point. Whoever runs out of resources first is almost definitely going to lose the match itself.
Really good naval work to find here for Zai Loser. Getting rid of the frontline units.
I like holding on to the Stutzen here, waiting for a fifth Rangers to move up. And here it is, this fifth Rangers, one of the more powerful cards in the game at the moment. It's been very popular for a while, but Stutzen is going to offer a perfect way of answering it. Heals back, becomes a 5/5, and does offer a little bit of burn, but you're not really as fussed about the burn.
Now we know why Xyluza skipped the turn and not attack with the 24s. He just got a disconnect as we just
got unfortunate.
Told. So, but situation could be worse here, to be honest, for just skipping one attack. The Schützen really making a big difference here. And yeah, with a veteran effect healing back to 5, and now 5/5 in the front line is pretty huge.
You can kill the Marder this turn if you want, using the Nebulweb and the Explorator. You can also use the Arado or the Aichi to do it as well now. I feel like there's a large amount of value to getting rid of that Marder this turn, preventing Jaking drawing out.
Wait, where's this Fallschirmjäger coming from? Is Xyluza having this on the deck?
Yeah, that's just a card in deck. I mean, it's good for trading into the front line if there's lots of units there. Sometimes you can Fury attack it, but also just 3 attack blitzing out. It's quite efficient for clearing the front line. You know, it can kill Whirlwinds to clear space for your fighters. It can kill.
Yeah, it's pretty good against front line. Like you
things.
can attack into 164s and then into another unit that got buffed from it. So it's
2 Greyhounds as well. It
Yeah.
clears 2 Greyhounds on its own.
I like this one in the deck.
Jaking, popping off the Enigma, finding some more value. However, without being able to take the front line, it does look like this is likely to be Xyluza's matchup. We may see an FW come down soon, as if the Jag Bomber comes down, this offers Xyluza a fairly quick way of closing out the game with this burst of fire. You do miss out on 7 face damage, however, which isn't worth it in this situation. Now, we're going to see an 8/8 Fifth Rangers. It is very powerful, but with 2 bounce cards in Xyluza's hand, Jacob's going to spend 8 credits trading away here. And you're not going to get multiple trades in one turn, which is or in multiple turns, sorry. You're going to have to redeploy it, which is really quite unfortunate and not what you want.
Yeah, and then you have Nebelwerfer and the Aichi waiting in your opponent's support line. So that's not really the situation you want to look at when you're J-King here. And I think it will be a long way to fight back into this. And as you said, one FW that stays there for one turn with a burst of fire closes out the game. But we're not at this point yet, but it might come down now maybe. Bounce the 5th Rangers, as you said. And then there's not too
I'd
many
expect to
answers.
see it now. There's very few things in J-King's deck that will help out with that.
Xyluza trying to figure out the optimal play here.
I mean, the other option is Stutz into the front line, but I just feel like this doesn't offer quite as much. And there's also a little bit of value in actually holding back on this, because you can use it to clear the front line if J-King somehow retakes it. And it also offers you bounces the Red Devils, not wanting to heal the 5th Rangers here for J-King. Strat bombing, not going to be enough.
One turn too late or 2. But yeah, this turn, as you said, it's not helping you to get rid of the FW.
However, you do have this Hellcat. You're
this
going to have to use the Hellcat here to trade the FW out.
Might have been a misplay to bounce the 5th Rangers, to bounce the Red Devils there instead of the 5th Rangers.
Yeah, I feel like the credit efficiency was really lost out on there. Now, Xyluza can do 4 damage to face this turn, at which point Stutzen puts J-King down to 1 health. J-King would need to find a way of clearing the Aichi and the replacement Aichi, which is quite challenging. You need something with 2 attack that can reach the back line so that you can go for the strat bombing afterwards. But it looks like Xyluza trying to play around a Sherman, stopping J-King getting any outs.
Yeah,
And
with
just
the
going to
push-up of the
secure the
Nav
front
troop.
line.
That's definitely the goal here. Keep Jake yeah.
J-King can clear the support line this turn. Go for the Pathfinders and the Strat Bomb. Will completely clear the support line. Doesn't particularly matter which order you do it in. And
There's still the
Xyloser...
front line, but...
Well, Xyloser needs to kill this Pathfinders, right? However, if you go face for 4 damage, J-King has to kill the Stutzen on his turn. Otherwise, Xyloser can just trade away with it.
Martyr, Eagle Claws looks tempting.
I think you go for the Eagle Claws. If you go Eagle Claws here, that allows you to hit face for 4 damage as well. Huh?
Wait, huh? Another
This has been an interesting game, Spooz. Excuse me?
I was thinking, why would
J-King-
you not trade away the Pathfinders?
Slightly confused. Bounces the Panzer III H, not what you need here if you're J-King, and I think that's going to be game. Xyloser takes game 1.
Really strange first match here. Both players,
Yeah.
doing interesting plays. Let's call them interesting plays. J-King not activating the deployment effect of 35T. Xyloser having a disconnect. Okay, there's nothing you can do against this, but this air superiority was also really strange. But yeah, did not matter in the end. Xyloser taking match number 1. And what do you do if you're J-King here, knowing that Xyloser has that Soviet and the Japan deck left?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. I feel like there's a fair amount of logic to just bringing out this USA deck again. I do think as well, J-King may want to switch this Brit combo deck. They've seen a lot of success with it, and it can be very difficult to play into. Just there's the potential for Xyloser, especially this Japan deck, to burn you out before you get to this end game and before you get your combo off. Very difficult here. I mean, that game 1 for J-King, you're really hoping to win that with your frontline deck. It's a very reliable and consistent deck. Players bring it to these tournaments because of how reliable and consistent it is. When you see people struggling to win on USA frontline, you know the player feels bad about it because you're bringing it for these sort of guaranteed wins. Jagro, you can get high rolled. It can be a little bit difficult. You say, no worries, I'll bring it again. I'll get better rolls that time. But when frontline loses, often it doesn't feel like RNG. You know, J-King had a very good start there, and it can just feel like your opponent's deck was perhaps a little bit better against yours, or they just got a few better tools. But it's not like Jagro where you had a bad opening hand a lot of the time, because it's just a very consistent and reliable deck. As for Xyloser, we're going to see I kind of want to see the OTK deck come out because it's just enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, just imagine the Brit US OTK versus the Soviet OTK. That would be interesting to watch. But
now,
it looks
the
like
players
both
are just having a little bit of difficulty getting into their match. It should be resolved in just a moment. But unfortunately, this is
in between the matches or while playing the matches, also just to find these matches. So Elin just wrote in front of the in front of the broadcast, this will be a good one. Might overthink that decision. Okay, here we go. Match number 2. Yeah, J-King sticked with the frontline deck. Xyloser switched to the similar deck that we just saw, the German-Japan one. This is the other way around, Japan-Germany. Maybe a little bit more aggressive, but also a lot of big fighters and burst of fire, and both of these in hand. The key 83 and 1 burst of fire.
I mean, this Skytrain looks so strong here for J-King if Xyloser didn't have 3 ways of answering it in his opening hand. You've got, 2 ways of answering in the opener, but you've drawn into another one. You've got the Raiden Brigade that can just kill it on the spot. It's very, very difficult. And for J-King here, that's a huge blowout. You just lost a huge amount of tempo.
And Xyloser again with the 24s in hand. I think this card is really important in the frontline matchup because it just has 3 attack, and a lot of these early units like Red Devils and Greyhounds, they have exactly 3 health, and it's really good to trade into them, and they just provide you additional draw. This is the MVP card, and Xyloser has it in hand again. Playing 35T while having infantry on board is a good idea. Also,
now,
honorable death here.
Is Xyloser going to try and clear the front line, or is Xyloser just going to take out this Pathfinders in the back line? Just going to go for the frontline trade. I don't know if I fully agree with this, as this does allow Jaking to get Sherman trade anyway. And yes, that Pathfinders, you can kill it on another turn. It's so scary to leave alive, because now if you're Xyloser, you have to play around this on your future turns. Maybe trying to creed out and get the Akita hit to kill it, but I just feel like kill Pathfinders as soon as you see it, you know?
Yeah, sure. But as you said, Akita is a good way to... Another good tech card against this. Oh my god. And
Why would you not play the 35T first? Because after you play the 35T, you can either trade into the front line or you can move it up and finish off the Pathfinders. If that had hit the Engineers, that would have been a really awkward position there. You'd have had to go for the draw. For the Honorable Death, drawing Jaking a card. And Jaking finding Sherman.
Air superiority. Place the airplane first to activate it.
It's the most important part. It's a little bit awkward here for Xyloser, because Jaking is going to better just completely run him over with Shermans. You just go Sherman into Sherman, and this card
overdrawing when he's
here.
attacking with it now. With the 24s, place these additionally. Goes into 164s. If it hits the 5th Rangers, it would be the best hit there for Xyloser. Hits the Engineers.
I'm just slightly concerned that Xyloser is spending all their credits staying alive, and the moment Jaking gets some breathing room, he's just going to run Xyloser over. Obviously, Jaking applying as much pressure as possible at the moment. Just only a matter of time with frontline, when they have this frontline, that you lose the game. It's sort of like, if they are pressuring you, you're on a ticking clock, and if you're pressuring them, they're on a ticking clock. And Xyloser really being pressured here.
Yeah, I mean, the big issue against frontline is the blitzkrieg, right? All the opponent needs is 1-2 units in the frontline, and then some cheap blitz units back in the hand, and they can, do so much damage in one turn. So it's really, really important to keep the board as empty as possible, be in the frontline. And so far, Xyloser is doing great with this, but slowly but surely running out of resources here, while Jaking has a lot of these cheap options in hand. And that's a big 8-8 in the front line.
Really happy to see this 8-8. I was just thinking, what's Jaking's best options here? And this 8-8 is ridiculously good. You've just seen the Sendai come out, so you don't need to be too worried about Sendai at the moment. If your opponent drops any big fighters, you can kill it straight away with this 8-8. It allows you to draw so many cards with the Marja. It's just such a problem here for Xyloser. And these Stutzens, which are traditionally your way of answering these 5th Rangers, they don't do this anymore because it's an 8-8, not a 4-4. And this just puts Xyloser in a really awkward and difficult position where Jaking is going to be able to close out the game in 2 turns. I mean, Xyloser's on 15 health. This hits for 8 a turn, 2 turns, and you're dead.
Yeah, and Jaking has a half-drag in hand. That's just going to bounce this probably? No? Oh, he's just...
Maybe?
Oh, he's just killing him. Exactly. Enough
that
credit.
Is exactly lethal. 8-8 did so much work there. And this is what I mean. When frontline is pressuring you, the moment they find the opportunity, you die. It's really difficult. You need to be pressuring the frontline deck and making it so it needs to work out how to take the frontline. Because frontline will find its good turns. And what you need is when your opponent finds their good turns, they're using that to reestablish the frontline, because otherwise they're using those good turns to kill you on the spot. And it's really unfortunate. And there you go, Jaking finding the win with that USA frontline deck. Now we have the players going up again. We've got this Japan sort of aggressive mid-range deck again, and Jaking on this Brick Control combo deck. It's going to feel like Brick Control versus Jagro for most of the game.
Look at Xyloser's hand. That 15's cavalry is like... Okay, Akita was a good top deck here. Otherwise it would have been a really, really slow starting hand. Jaking with 1 supply shortage.
I don't know if it's worth it to play it this turn. You prevent 2 damage to your face, but then you take 2 damage to your face. I feel like you're better off waiting until there's just a little bit more on board.
That's exactly
And
what J King is doing here.
I'm curious if we're going to see commandos come out early this match, because there's not too. I mean, there's a few tools. You've got this raiding brigade, and you also have these honorable deaths. However, J King will probably only need 1 or 2 commandos to close out the game at the end, so they are a little bit more free to use them throughout the match itself. Puts out the first supply shortage. I mean, how many commandos do you hold on to? I feel like holding on to 2 is sensible, but I don't see the reason for holding on to 3 of them in this match, because if the game reaches your combo point, you've already won the match.
J King only has 2 in the deck, isn't he? The 2 number 10 and 1 number 43, I guess.
Yeah, that was what he ran last time.
Yeah, let me check. Yeah, still 2
And
copies of number 10.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you said, you can definitely afford to spend 1 here. Because we just saw this deck is able to push out a lot of credits, and then you can maybe finish off with a number 43 and 1 number 10. So definitely can play one of them here, but I would do it if you can combo it with a few of your cheap orders so you can get as many pins out of it as possible. Monty definitely shutting down the aggression a little bit here.
I mean, J King finding this ramp here is really, really important, because this means J King is going to be able to produce more stuff per turn than Xylusa is. Generally, with this deck, if you're spending just as many credits as your opponent is to try and answer their threats, you're not developing your game in other ways. You're not drawing new cards, you're not healing your health, you're not ramping. Hitting these ramp tools is really important, because what it allows you to do is answer the threats on board as well as develop your game plan of how you're going to win the game. And it looks like we may see the commando come out here.
Let's not hit the Akita first. Mr. Commando.
Hopefully not. That would be very unfortunate for J King. Let's start off with the War Machine, takes out a cavalry. Goes for the fortification. Yoshikin, not a very important card to hit.
Oh, and
HQ, even less important. Now, Xylusa does have the raiding brigade, so going to better answer the commando on the spot. But J King is going to better go for a lend-lease and a supply shortage if they find one.
Definitely need that one. Crusader, not really what you want.
No. However, a naval power would most likely be enough to buy J King a couple turns. Question is, you've got 2 Crusaders. Do you go for one of them with the naval power? It forces Xylusa to trade into your Crusader here. You are floating free credits otherwise. I don't think you want to go for naval power and fortification. You need to save a British order for the Crusader if you're not doing it this turn.
Good point. Yeah, I mean, I think you...
I mean, right now you need to stay alive. You have the potential of just winning this game with Commonwealth, not with the Commandos. The Commonwealth offers you a way of closing out the game without your commando combo. Air Superiority is a beautiful card here for Xylusa. That means they don't have to trade away any of their units. They can just go for the Air Superiority and focus on hitting face. You do need to be careful for Monsoon Supply Shortage combo. I don't think you want to commit any more units to the board than you currently are. Deciding to hold on to it, going to use it to kill commandos later in the game.
Yeah, maybe that number 43 commandos, because this has ambush, so you cannot easily trade units into this. Not finding the supply shortage here.
But you do have a lot this turn. You can go for Crusader. You can go for Convoy. Going to hold on to the Crusader. Wants to save it for the combo. Finds the supply shortage. Able to start ramping up as well.
However, still 8 damage to the face here. 2 from the Akita. Oh, and the raiding brigade is surviving as well.
However, you are surviving at the moment.
Yeah. Needs another supply shortage together with the Monsoon Rod.
Or go for the 1 and 4 ASW patrol.
I mean, it's
There's the supply shortage.
Ooh.
However, can J King afford to not play it this turn? If there's any way J King can find to not play the supply shortage this turn, then he has to go for it. Deciding, no, there's nothing I can do. I have to go Monsoon Rock combo. Clears the board. Xyluza can quickly reestablish a fairly aggressive board. The Goshikin immune to the supply shortage because it's immune to damage on Xyluza's turn.
Oh my
That's
god.
huge.
That's pretty huge. This is unkillable.
This
It has to
is
die from
actually...
the ASW.
Yeah, you have to kill it with ASW or a commando. And I think that's just potentially ended the game here. J King has to go for the ASW to close out this game. Gonna go for the Commonwealth to draw.
What do you want to draw? Naval power? Yeah.
That's
Supply
game.
shortage is not doing it. That's it.
That's game. The Goshikin. Whether Xyluza intended for the supply shortage or not, that was huge. You have to assume that was intentional. I mean, it's just a strong fighter that's played, but this answers supply shortage Monsoon Rock combo so beautifully because it's just going to last forever. And Xyluza, the Goshikin, taking him through the Japan game, just needs to win with the OTK deck. J King left with Gagro and Brit OTK. In these OTK match-to-matches, I think Xyluza has the edge because J King's healing is irrelevant and Xyluza is going to find their combo most likely before J King runs out of cards. The only way I can see J King realistically winning this game is if he's able to win fairly early on with a Commonwealth.
And we have exactly that matchup here. J King not playing Jagro, but trying to win with this Brit deck again. And Xyluza already with 2 diplomatic attaches in hand.
I mean, it's difficult. It is winnable. With enough ramp, you can close out the game quickly before your opponent can get their combo online. We see J King potentially finding enough ramping for 3 credits already. Xyluza not really able to do anything impactful in this game. Meanwhile, J King goes for the Convo first. This means you can play ramp cards if you find them.
Ooh, finds the Pioneers.
I do think you need to keep ramping here at some point if you're J King. I don't think you can wait till 12k to go for it because I feel like it's just a little bit too slow, purely depending on the matchup. Commonwealth in hand.
Ooh.
Could J King close out this game before Xyluza can do anything with this Commonwealth?
That would be pretty cool. Xyluza not running too much healing in that list, isn't he?
You're mostly reliant on guards and board interaction to keep yourself alive. I mean, Soviets at the moment, they do have some healing, and yeah, Island Defense is a very nice card as well, but they certainly don't have as much healing as, say, Britain or something like this.
And the Engineer Battalion, that's mostly it, yeah.
There are 2 Island Defenses in Xyluza's deck. Xyluza putting down these recons. This is to try and stop J King going for a supply shortage. However, if you're J King here and you had a supply shortage, you might just play it anyway and force Xyluza to overdraw. Try and get this this GPW or one of these diplomatic attaches overdrawn. If you do that, the game becomes a lot easier. Now, J King does have to think about GPW here.
Only 2 turns away from winning. You can win on turn 6.
The issue is for Xyluza is you need to use GPW to stop your opponent Commonwealthing. Then you can't combo kill them anymore. So it's really, really awkward. And yeah, J King 2 turns away from winning and Xyluza in a really awkward position. You have to kill this Pioneers.
You also have to play a sickle on your own cards to find ways
There's
out of
diplomatic. I mean, I feel like you need to shove the front line, clear space in your support line, and go for the 39th from the Pioneers. Once you steal that Pioneers, your game becomes a lot easier. You've got so many ways of answering the Pioneers. If you don't answer it, you lose the game.
Still 1 more turn, but next turn he needs to bring J King below 30 or steal the Pioneers.
A single ramp card here for J King, and there's nothing Xyloser can do anymore. Goes for the From the People.
Oh, land lease.
Lend Lease is really powerful here. Gonna go for the Lend Lease. Hoping to find a War Machine. Go for the supply shortage, maybe.
You also
Because
want
you do
to
cause
heal, right?
You cause some overdraw here for Xyloser if you go for the supply shortage. And that just puts Xyloser in a really difficult position because this hand size is so big. You sort of need to win the game, or you need to fight the game with what you have in hand. You can't realistically draw more cards because you're just going to overdraw so many cards. Overdraws are Winter Warfare, not too impactful. Xyloser here has to kill this Pioneers. I personally would go for move up and stealing it. I think it's quite a nice unit to have on your side. I don't think there's much value to holding on to this to try and steal a Commandos instead.
That's just buying one turn, right? So it's not that Xyloser wins the game if he steals the Pioneers. It's just buying one turn.
It's buying a turn, but it also reduces the cost of all your things. And moves up, hits face, goes for the From the People. But this... What does hitting face here do? You're not gonna get J King below 30.
Yeah.
And Xyloser has to find GPW or this game is over. Or an island defense.
Island defense, yeah. But then you're very vulnerable to these commandos that might come out after the Commonwealth. But yeah, really tough spot here. And it's an honorable. J King not playing fortification here. He plays around the... I see. He plays around the Great Periodic War.
Exactly. You save it to afterwards. Yeah. Then you can get yourself out of the combo range. The issue is naval power isn't reliable enough because if Xyloser doesn't have any units, you can't use it. Xyloser... If you go for this Yak before going for the lesser, you don't have the credits to play island defense anymore. Had to go for the lesser, overdraw one, and hope to find... Okay, gonna go for the honorable instead.
Yeah, maybe found out.
There's the island defense.
Wow.
Puts himself up to 22.
Keeps them alive, but there's a number 43 commando war waiting there in J King's hand.
I don't... Is Commonwealth the move here over number 43? Just saying yes, goes for it while he still can. Maybe worried that Xyloser is... Oh my god, there's an island defense. There's another one.
You got to be kidding me.
Maybe worried that Xyloser was going to go for the GPW and reset his HQ, so just wanted to Commonwealth while he could.
Confusing.
Hold on to the Red Dawn. You need that for commandos. Xyloser goes back up to 8 HP.
So basically he's at 14 with that Bryansk. Because the commando pings, yeah. You just count all the hells from all the units from the opponent.
One GPW and one diplomatic, and this game is over. But J King getting really close to being able to kill the game just with these commandos. The issue is these are regulars. If these are regulars are on the board and you use commando pings, you might just get all your commandos killed.
Yeah, true.
Oh, he doesn't have an irregulars. He discarded it.
So Xyloser flooding the board.
Oh no, it died to ASW, sorry. Going crazy over here, Spooz. It's this Brit deck, it does it to me.
I think J King going for the board clear here, very likely. He wants to have the board as empty as possible, and then he can just go with number 43. Now he's having targets to...
I think you go number 43. The problem of going for the board clear is you potentially find Xyloser the combo and lose the game.
I would love to see number 43, Monsoon Rod maybe.
I don't know if you even need.
It's not enough to close out the game. It's not enough to close out the game. I think maybe you just go supply shortage Monsoon Rod here. But
if you go number 43,
draw, right?
If you go number 43 and spam out orders, you have a fairly good chance of doing a good amount of burn to Xyloser's face, which means you can maybe close out the game with this other commando unit. I'm really worried about giving draw to Xyloser. It might lose you the game. J King running out of time is going to have to move quickly here. Goes
He's
all in
going
with the
all
supply
in.
shortage and the pin.
We don't see an exploding HQ.
Enemy at the gates. Xyloser can clear the board. Enemy at the gates, develop the Red Dawn, turn it into a From the People, kill both commandos. And this puts J King in a really awkward position. They have one commando left in the deck.
No draw in hand as well, so Xyloser definitely some time to find the 2 missing combo pieces, which is one more diplomatic attaché and the Great Periodic War.
4 health though, it's such a small amount, and that commando with 4 orders is not that unrealistic here for J King. Considering just going for the carpet bomb, one of the issues with holding onto your AoE is if there's these recons on board, you then don't want to AoE the board anymore. So using it now, Xyloser finds a bloody sickle, they can put down the recons and draw an extra card. They do put themselves down to 3, however, J King has a lack of ways of clearing out this game. Not going to go for the sickle.
Another supply shortage.
There's no way of making... I mean, you can make Xyloser overdraw 1 card here if you go double supply shortage, but
Yeah,
the chances are you
Don't
will
want
die.
this. Yeah, you have to go Monsoon Rod supply shortage to give the opponent not too
Think you
much
just-
draw here.
I don't think you even go for the supply shortage.
You can also just wait, right? I would wait.
J King probably looking for a Crusader out of anything.
Yeah, he needs draw.
Yeah, any draw is what J King needs. Xyloser needs GPW desperately. There's a diplomatic.
And chance to draw 2 more with the bloody sickle on one of these recons. Not playing them.
Not going for it. ASW patrol. Potentially able to clear one of these recons. Irregulars is also a nice hit. So it's a good ASW, however, it's probably too slow here. Xyloser not putting himself into 3 HP. I don't know what it is he's worried about, that HP.
Maybe he's holding that sickle for
There's a Monty that draws a card.
for the last commando, because otherwise he would not have that many good answers against it.
That is true.
Shortage being played.
Not finding the GPW yet. This game is getting closer and closer, and J King needs to find an answer quickly because Xyloser's deck is looking very, very thin.
I mean, that's what you mentioned, right, in the deck intro. In some games, this Great Periodic War is at the bottom of your deck, and then it's really, really hard to win the game. But good for Xyloser here. J King not too good with the top deck so far, not finding the draw he needs. Left with a really awkward hand here.
It is a 6-card combo. Finding all 6 cards in your deck can be difficult. But I mean, if J King finds a number 10 commandos, they can end the game pretty much instantly. Gonna go for the supply shortages, not saving them for the commando. Trying to clear this out quickly as possible.
Yeah, not even for the
Now,
Crusader, just playing them to get the...
Xyloser needs to clear hand space before playing this draw. Enemy at the gates looks like it's going to be their choice.
It's not finding it.
it's the next card, I'm calling it. That next card is GPW. J King needs to end the game now.
There's not too many, maybe 3-4 cards left in Xyloser's deck.
If there's any infantry left in his deck, you get rid of the irregulars and you play the Zhukov. Getting rid of the sickle after holding it for so long, plays the Zhukov, finds the engineers, and now
J King needs draw.
I think there's 3 cards left in Xyloser's.
No.
J King finds another fortification.
That's the problem with the Great Periodic War. You can have 99 health, doesn't matter. And
Not
still not.
against two.
Did he put it
It's
out?
going to be the last card, Spooz. It's going to be the last card.
You picked the
However,
wrong
mobile
deck. It's not even a
defense,
deck, haha. Fooled
that
you.
offers you healing. Xyluza's going to go above the 4 HP mark, going to go back to 8 HP. J-King finds the Crusader finally.
But that's a lot of HQ to fight through with one commando. He's taking the luck train here.
He's hoping there's no removal left for Xyluza. Xyluza has a Winter Warfare in hand, and that should be game. J-King trying to close out the game this turn, right here, right now. But these commando pings not going where he needs.
No, that's it. Only 2 credits left, even if
That's
all his commando
game.
pings hit face.
The last card on the bottom of the
Last.
deck is the GPW, and
Still
Xyluza
wins.
going 3-1.
I mean, I was looking forward to this match, but how it just ended is just insane. What a match. Final card, Great Patriotic. And that means Xyluza in the semifinals here. That OTK deck from J-King not really working out today. And yeah, I mean, we had a really successful last weekend, so it would not be too sad to just be out on round number 1 today.
Spooz, why do you think that is? You know, we talked about how last weekend it went very well. Was it this matchup? What kind of do you think blocked this deck from being as successful as it had been in the past?
I mean, last week it was absolutely a surprise, probably, and people did not expect it. And it's with every deck, right? When it's new, nobody knows how to play against it, and players had 1 week of time to maybe expect it again. And yeah, J-King just did it. So yeah, players know what to expect, how to play around it, and then you just play your odds. And today, yeah, they've not really been in J-King's favor. Maybe it did go a little bit too early there in game number 4 with the whole combo and did not get the hits necessary, and that's why you lose this series this time and won it last time.
And Bubbles, you'd mentioned, or you had walked us through Xyluza's like Jagro-ish deck. Made some tweaks to it, seemed to perform pretty well, especially blocking that supply shortage combo in game 3. What do you think drove Xyluza to decide, hey, I need to tweak this, despite the fact that Jagro's been pretty successful and pretty consistent over the last few months?
I think a lot of it is to try and beat these sort of slower control decks. One of the problems with Jagro is you do have a lot of longevity with these expansions, but once you lose your momentum, if your opponent's not low enough, it can be really difficult to close out the game. This used to be untrue with your Rados and your Feigned Retreats. You could pretty much come back from any situation. You could be completely behind, you go a Rado into Feigned Retreat, you draw 30 cards next turn, and you just end the game through pure, infantry, blitz them out, do as much as you can. But this isn't really an option anymore. Once your opponent has the front line, if your opponent's not low enough and you can't retake the front line, your chance of burning out your opponent are really quite small. So there's the possibility that this is meant to be slightly better against these slower matchups that are going to try and control you. This Goshikin is a really, really important one. It can trade into guards really effectively, but then we also saw against this supply shortage, and Monsoon Supply Shortage is the sort of best AoE package in the game at the moment. Every deck that can run it or wants to run it does. There's so much of it going about, and this answers it better than anything I think we've seen so far.
I definitely agree with you. I think we've seen Jagro slowly become just a little bit slower, or throw in little bits that'll give it more longevity to hang out if it can't take the front row, and just do a little bit more burn damage. So curious to see how this plays out throughout the rest of this event. But thank you both for that wonderful cast. Let's bring up the bracket here and get into our second quarterfinal of the day. So we just saw Xyluza defeat J-King 3-1. We got Bezio and Head coming up next, but stay tuned later on. We got Artemisia, TB273, Gorg, fan favorite, will be coming in to take on Tang Tang at the end of this day 1. Then day 2, we're gonna have our semifinals, our bronze match, and our grand finals. Let's get into Bezio and Head. Let's welcome Berto and Starry to the stage. Now, Berto, I want to touch before we move forward. I want to look back for a second. We talked a lot about how J King was coming into today with a lot of momentum, right? Qualified for to go to Iceland for the World Championships, won the OCC Clash, came in today, maybe a hiccup or two in game one, some slight misplays, and then gets eliminated in the first round. Any thoughts on what may have happened? Give us some insight into J King's mind here.
Well, I think that the main thing on his mind is just not finding that draw in his OTK deck at the best times to find it. It's really rough when you're just sitting there and it's like, okay, if I find a Lend-Lease, I'm back in it, and you just keep drawing, fortifications, ramp, which, is one of the risks that you take playing that kind of deck. But it's still unfortunate to just sit there and being like, oh my goodness, just give me that one card and I'm back in it,
Yeah, that matchup was interesting where you've got J King drawing the wrong things and Great Patriotic War being the last card in Xyloser's deck. But hey, worked out the way it did. We're going to move forward here. I do, Starry, want to touch on something. We experienced last week a lot of the long, drawn out, either OTK matches, control matches, things like that. Today's first matchup, Xyloser goes, no, I don't want to deal with J King's control deck. We're going to go ahead and ban that. Do you think the players are coming into today thinking, you know what? I don't want to play a 45-minute match followed by another 45-minute match followed by potentially another one. So I'm going to start looking at banning some of those long drawn out, mentally fatiguing matchups and trying to get through with things that'll move a bit faster.
Yeah, and also just like if you're playing a list that has Jagro and like a mid-range list, control can often prey on those mid-range lists. And so I think it makes a lot of sense for Xyloser to be on that control list.
Well, let's dive in to see what our next two competitors are bringing, and we can kind of dive into that analysis a bit further here. So let's bring up Bezio first. We have Bezio's player card here, 12,382 matches. Ultimate rank coming in here fourth with a 67.78% win rate. Starry, I think you've pointed out that Bezio is standing in front of the same ship that is on that card, of which nobody else can seem to pronounce. So do you want to give that one a shot?
Yeah, that's the Błyskawica.
And
Important Polish destroyer from World War II. But yep, it means lightning in English, I believe.
well, it's really cool, and I'm glad you're the one who said it and not me, because that is not what my guess would have been. Let's dive into Bezio's deck lineup here. Starry, why don't you continue on and take us through this?
Yeah, so Bezio's first deck is a US Germany frontline list, but it is a little bit different from the frontline list that we've seen previously. Again, a lot of lists have been shifting towards that 2 Martyr, shifting down to 1 Blitzkrieg. When you're playing these aggro and mid-range mirror matches with, we've been seeing a lot of frontline lately, a lot of Jagger lately, a lot of Germany, Japan mid-range lately. These Blitzkriegs aren't super useful all the time, and so shifting down to more to 1 Blitzkrieg and replacing it with actual units can be good when you're fighting for value. And interestingly enough, Bezio is not playing either Eagle Claws or Stars and Stripes. And so as far as being able to take out units in the back line, pretty much just relying on strategic bombing and pathfinders. So that's interesting. We'll see how that goes. The next list is this Germany-Japan mid-range list that we've been seeing a lot, except this list has taken out some of the early game units, only using 2 copies of 15th Cavalry, 1 copy of Type 93. And then the order package for those Rados is going to be 2 Southern Plans, 1 Admiral Hipper, and 1 Burst of Fire. And in place of those earlier game units, Bezio has replaced them with a Leopold and a Panzer III-L, which although the cost is pretty low, that operation cost is pretty high. And so it looks like Bezio is leaning more into the value game plan with his deck, looking to close out the game maybe with a strong Leopold or a Burst of Fire on one of those 6-cost planes. The next deck is a Japan-Germany Jagro list, and Bezio's list is as standard as they come. Recently, we've been seeing 1 copy of Schutzen, 1 copy of Naval Supply Run. However, the one thing that Bezio is doing a little bit differently is playing 3 copies of 24th Cavalry Regiment, 3 copies instead of 4, so that you don't draw 2 of them at the same time, because then you lose out on free cards essentially. But other than that, this list is super, super standard, only making that modification of putting in those 24th Cavalries. Then the last list is a Soviet Italy control list, and we've been seeing this list a lot recently as well. I think that the inclusion of the 5-year plan, a couple of players have experimented with this. I am not sure what to think of this yet, but there is definitely I mean, 5-year plan is a strong card. You do draw 5 cards. The question is, if you are losing 5 HQ defense, is that going to be risky versus some of these more aggressive matchups?
Right on. Thank you so much. Starry, let's go take a look at Bezio's opponent here, Head. And their player card, 32,000 matches. That is wild. A win rate of 66%, ultimate rank of 5th. Berto, just how much time do you think it takes to play 32,000 total matches?
Well, the incredible thing to me is that Head is one of the newer players in terms of when he came into this game. I think he's only been playing for maybe a year and a half. So to have that many games in such a short time span is absolutely incredible.
Boggles my mind. Let's get into what those 32 matches have contributed to their deck lineup here today.
All right, so firstly, Head has a Jagger list, although it doesn't run any expansions whatsoever. It's opting instead to run 2 copies of Enigma. We'll have to see if those get stuck in the hand in these sort of aggro mirror matchups, or if you get this deck into a bit of control and you have a 4-mana draw 8, on occasion. Of course, that's the dream scenario. Next up, we have this German-Japan mid-range deck. Not the credit denial variant, but just running good stuff from both nations and things like a Comet to finish out the game. And we have a British-German control, not any discard whatsoever, not even annihilations. Just opting for the good units, the 7th Schützen, the Panzer III-H from the Germany side, and the good removal options like Flampanzer, Tactical Strike, and Sudden Strike. And finally, we have one of my favorite decks, Soviet France Control, running 2 copies of the Algerians, running 2 copies of Defend in Depth, really premium removal, running the Hammer, also premium removal, and then just a lot of really high value elites. Like the Cuban Cossacks, the 39th Rifle Regiment, the Armored Train. We all know them. We all maybe love them, maybe hate them. And yeah, really powerful decks all around.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Berto. Let's get into the bands and see where we are at here. So, Bezio is going to lose that Soviet Italy control list. Second time we've seen that banned today here. Head losing the German-Japan mid-range list. Now, sorry, this mid-range list has been a little bit newer to the scene. Head is bringing 2 strong control lists as well as Jagro. What do you think Bezio's thinking in the way of banning that mid-range list?
I'm honestly not sure, but I do think that it has decent high roll potential. If it curves correctly, it can be really challenging to beat for any type of deck. If you go, turn 1 15th Cavalry or Noshib into turn 2, it can be really effective at curving out and presenting a serious problem for any kind of deck, whether it be aggro or control. So.
And Berto, what do you think on the other side of things here? Head banning that Soviet Italy control list. Is that a question again of just, hey, I don't want to deal with your one control deck. We'll work through the mid range and the more aggressive lineup.
It could be. I've said it before a few times that players get a lot less opportunity to practice these control mirror matchups than they get to practice their control decks into aggressive decks. And also, a lot of the time, the Sov Italy can be a little bit hard to deal with from the Soviet France side, I found in my limited playtesting. So I don't mind that ban at all from Head.
Starry, you're nodding along there as well. Is that kind of something you've seen similarly?
Yeah, I mean, me and Berto were testing for World Championships, and we found that Soviet Italy did present a lot of problems for Soviet France.
Well, we are going to see that Soviet France. We're going to see the Brit Germany control side as well. Something that Berto brought up in the you brought up in the Jagro list, but I want to get Starry's 2 cents on this. Jagro running no expansions but 2 Enigmas. Is that head thinking, hey, we saw a lot of control last week. I might see a lot of it this week, and if I can't get to the front line, these expansions are useless?
I mean, I definitely think that's part of it. Yeah, Enigma offers a lot more draw, and you don't have to sacrifice the tempo that you have to sacrifice to play expansion. Um, and when like frontline is prevalent, when Jago is prevalent, and you happen to be in a position where you don't have the opportunity to get that tempo, if you're going second, for example, and your opponent has a strong early start, yeah, I mean, you might not be able to get those expansions off, so.
The Oh, sorry to
There
cut
you
you
go.
off.
You're all
The-
good. Once we get into this one.
The confusing thing to me about not running any expansions, though, is that against control, expansion is also that's where expansion is easiest to get off. So I feel like both Enigma and expansion are really good into control, but I feel like Enigma's easier to play around by just really limiting when you use your draw and only using it when you're able to get a good amount of cards out of your hand. Of course, you don't always get to play around that, but I do find it a very interesting choice.
Yep, that definitely makes a lot of sense. Head, although having all the early answers with the Sudden Strike, Kitty Hawk, into even, I mean, every card in Head's hand is a control card, but Bezio getting to go first, you know, is always nice. The
Yeah.
question is, can Bezio find maybe an expansion off the top or something to keep that momentum going?
What I feel like Head really wants here is one of his supply shortages. Especially with how aggressively Bessie is playing it this here. Head does have 4 copies of supply shortage, and there he does find one. And now you have the decision, do you use Sudden Strike just to heal for Gree?
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting decision. I think that it's definitely worth considering just because of the you know, you have additional Sudden Strike, you have the E-Story Regiment, and then looking later into the game, you have that carpet bombing. So I think that when you have such an abundance of resources, you don't need to try and win by these super narrow margins, right?
Yeah. One of the other things that it does is it does make Bezio a little less scared to keep developing the board. To have one less unit on there, he might find it a little more acceptable to run this Martyr out, for example.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would be surprised to see anything other than supply shortage come out here. You can Kitty Hawk the Martyr. Alright. Looking for a little more value from that supply shortage, it seems.
Yeah, Bezio has to drop this Q83 here. I mean, that's such a strong play, and Head has such few answers. I think it's going to be getting in at least for 6, if not even more. I mean, Head has the opportunity of sacrificing that E-Story Regiment, and then looking to, I suppose, supply shortage plus attack with the Kitty Hawk into the key the next turn. I think that honestly might be the best play for Head, because taking 6 here, or 7 if you don't manage to kill the type, is putting you low enough that you should be concerned.
Yeah, I do agree with that. You do pretty much instantly lose to Raiding Brigade, which
Yep.
is terrifying, but
Yep.
against Jagro, those are the risks you have to take sometimes. 2 draws, no Raiding Brigade. Good news for Head.
Yeah, it'd be really nice for Bezio if they were able to find a infantry for those 35 Ts, but at this point, there's no point rushing them out because they're so credit inefficient. Makes more sense to just go for the martyr and draw.
Yeah, it does look like Head will be going for that play you mentioned. It gets a little bit worse with this martyr on board, drawing Bezio a card.
And there's the infantry that Bezio needed.
Yeah, a credit short of doing 7 damage here.
Yeah, Bezio is putting on the pressure, despite the fact that Head had a really, really strong anti-aggro start. This is the power of Jagro.
Yeah, Gyro can just be so resilient to single target removal. It's a little bit harder to effectively play around AoE removal, but you know, if you play something like this Martyr and it only gets 1 attack in, then that's still pretty okay. When you have so much other units and orders in your deck to get this damage through.
For sure. I mean, when your opponent is not really threatening to tempo you out, making sure that you squeeze every little piece of damage out of all of your units is really nice because, you know, instead of playing into something like carpet bombing, instead Bezio is just using the resources that they have on board while they have them.
Head going for the 3E pretty quick. He was obviously doing a lot of thinking on Bezio's turn. I wouldn't have been surprised to see the Schützen either, but
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to not see the Schützen. I think the Schützen is really nice, but I guess when you have, are there any like maybe bombers or fighters that Head could be worried about? Because Schützen is great at answering units and countering these backline threats. Looks like it's pretty close to the end for Head here, although if Head can manage to get some, you know, carpet bombing here and then Bezio isn't able to land those Shinano hits on the HQ, not able to find a blitz tank or blitz unit, then it's theoretically possible that Head manages to stay in this game.
yeah, I mean, he has a Fortification and Sincerely Yours in this deck, and he's already put some cards at the bottom of his deck with this Panzer 3E, so Head has a decent chance to find those healing options.
Instead, Bezio is just going for the conservative play, which kind of makes me question, I mean, do you have the resources after this to play that Shinano? But otherwise, you know, there's a large likelihood that you're gonna get at least a couple of hits on that Pioneer.
Yeah, it's...
If Bezio can get a hit in with just the rating, that would be enough to pretty much guarantee the Shinano.
Yeah, Head absolutely needs to prevent that, which means I think he has to play the supply shortage this turn. Either with the Mosquito or with the Schützen.
This Dina draw is super nice. It plays really nicely with this Shinano. But with the nerfed version of Shinano, it's always a risk when you play it and your opponent has units on board. I mean, there's still no guarantee that the Shinano wins from here.
Yeah, Bezio, he can continue to play around supply shortage, or he can just run out a lot of units. It's hard to tell which line to go for when you don't see Head's hand, of course. We know Bezio in this spot should just run everything out, but with that Shinano in hand, you're pretty tempted to hold on to these cards.
Yeah. And it looks like Bezio is taking the gamble. Ooh, leaving head at 1 HQ defense. And there's the
Ooh.
fortification off the top. Oh my gosh. Is that what head needs to swing this game?
It
Can head come
certainly
back here?
helps.
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
I think Bezio is always getting in 3 damage this turn. So you
Yeah,
go to
either
8, you
way.
take 3, you're back down to 5, and there's still a Shiden in Bezio's deck.
Fortification plus Shutzen plus attack with Mosquito seems like it's head's best play. But yeah, I mean that might be enough to hang on here. Bezio doesn't have any blitz tanks or anything like that. And if head attacks the type 93, then having that Mosquito stick around for another turn later. Instead opting for the Wrath Lightning. Kinda surprised about that play.
Oh, and I actually made a mistake. Bezio does not run Shiden in his Jagra. So that makes the spot a lot better for head. It makes it way easier to stabilize.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Bezio's a pretty galvanized by the fact that they didn't see a supply shortage come out. It would have been a really opportunity for head, and so Bezio can now get a little bit greedy and play harder into it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Deciding where to put that most fit.
Thinking about the Aichi play,
I
it
think if
doesn't.
you've committed this much, you kind of just have to go for it.
Yeah, it doesn't add a lot because of these fighters, but yeah,
Ooh, that Churchill draw is pretty big.
yeah, that it keeps head in it for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and the fact that head still has one of those 3 H's means that there's a non-zero probability that they are able to find another supply shortage off the top.
Yeah, it does seem to make sense here to buy
Oh
that
yeah,
extra turn now.
yeah,
Yeah,
you always, if you have the opportunity to get a guaranteed extra turn versus a potential extra turn, you know, you have to take the guaranteed extra turn, but
yeah, that's just one more draw deeper in the deck for that third supply shortage, is it?
I do believe that it's the third. Yep.
So 2 more left.
Ooh, that type 93 is a really, really nice draw.
Oh
Hitting,
no.
oh my gosh, hitting the type 93 and the signal and the naval supply run. This has become a sticky situation. This is an extremely tight game.
Yeah, Head has a few outs. He can find Sincerely Yours and Supply Shortage to out heal the Signal Regiment. If you top deck Supply Shortage, you can RAF the Signal Regiment and play Supply Shortage, but you don't have the board space to play Panzer III-H and RAF to look for the Supply Shortage.
Mm-hmm.
Bezio needs to play some cards, though.
And it looks like Bezio maybe had some connection issues? Unclear. Well, that is exactly what Head needed, just a little bit of a little bit of time to catch back up, and hitting that Lend-Lease off the top is really fortunate.
Bezio could be thinking about getting enough blitz units in hand that he's able to trade off enough in the front line with the Signal Regiment. That is possible versus a connection issue. But you just need so many units to trade off.
So here's the problem, is that if Bezio draws a... I was gonna say, if Bezio draws a bombing raid, then he still has an out, but that top card needed to be a bombing raid. I guess the best play now is just like signal and smash everything in.
Yeah, and you're able to trade off your Aichi into the RAF, get rid of some of this kill pressure from head.
Yeah, with Whirlwind, Cavalry, and Yokosuka and Aichi, that's 4 damage. But unfortunately, a Type 93 doesn't have Blitz, so that you're not going to get the 5. And then you're kind of just at the mercy of whether Head has an answer for that signal or not.
Well, or if you can find the bombing raid.
Or if you can find the bombing raid, of course. Yep.
Wait. Oh, are we blind? We're blind! Beautiful lethal from Bezio.
Oh my, yeah. Completely forgot about, wow, I did not think that, Bezio had the ability to clear that Churchill. I completely didn't consider that. Yeah, really, really nice lethal.
Yeah, me neither. But that Yokosuka in the back line, when you're able to give it re-attack, +1 from the Type 93, +2 from the Naval Supply Run, that's a
Yeah.
6 attack Yokosuka, and that's game 1 to Bezio. Very impressive.
So Bezio still has a kind of interesting variant of the Germany-Japan mid-range list, as well as, of course, a classic frontline list. And not playing some of the backline, the support line hate that a lot of frontline lists rely on. And I do want to see that and see how it works. I want to see if cutting the backline hate altogether is, works out. I think it's an interesting innovation, and an interesting meta call, but we'll see how that works out for Bezio in this tournament.
Yeah, it does make some sense in how backline removal can be a little bit win more in some ways, because it usually implies that you have the front line and you're already winning. So cutting the backline removal to play a few more threats can help you just barely get ahead in those games where you're really struggling for the front line. It can make the difference.
Yeah, Bezio is playing 4 copies of Greyhound, and I think that the 4th Greyhound is probably the card that Bezio added for cutting that backline hate. So yeah, curious to see if the abundance of Greyhounds is gonna be more effective. And it looks like we're gonna have a Germany mirror match. I think Bezio has a more late game focused. I think of the two, Bezio's deck list is heavier, is a more late game focused variant, and so I'm curious to see if those late game cards like Panzer 3L and Leopold are gonna be what makes a difference.
Wow, and both these players have incredible early game hands already. Double errata from head side, a careless talk, and an air superiority. Even the Flampanzer.
Yeah, being able to play Arado on turn 1, have it trade off with that 15th Cavalry, and still have an Arado for the Ursep later is just so much value.
Yeah,
I'm
there
curious to
is.
see whether Bezio goes for the Noshiv or the 15th Cavalry.
I imagine you go for the 15th Cavalry. I mean, this is one of the few opportunities you have to not have it run into a careless talk potentially. What?
Oh, well, that is quite interesting. Oh, Head's Germany list was banned, so it looks like we're gonna have to replay that back.
Of course, that does happen sometimes. I've made that mistake before in a tournament where I thought for sure this person is gonna ban my Britain every time, surely. And then they ban something else, and then you play a couple of games, and then you think that your Britain's banned, you play something else, and it's like, oh my goodness, of course they banned the other deck. It does happen. But if heads
I wonder if Bezio, I mean, Head knows that what Bezio was planning on taking was the Germany-Japan list. I wonder if that changes Bezio's choice. I wonder if Head is gonna try and metagame that or something. It's what of Head's decks do you think is the most well equipped to deal with that Germany deck?
um it's a good question. I feel like maybe Jagro can just go under it, but the
That's what
sometimes
I was
Max
thinking
can
too.
really be super difficult for Jagro to overcome.
Yeah,
If
and
best we can find that.
Bezio's list is a little bit slower than most. However, we saw Jagro versus um, this Germany-Japan list last week in the World Championship top 6 in a match between PyTorch and Thanatron, and Jagro was not fast enough to get under that Germany-Japan deck. And so I'm curious. It feels like Jagro should be able to get under it, should be able to go fast enough, but it's definitely not guaranteed. So
Yeah, I'm curious what the stats are for this matchup because I haven't played it enough to get like a really good feel for it. Um, I would, if I were to guess, I would think it would be Jagro favored, maybe like 60-40, not something like too crazy.
yeah.
But that's just my guess from looking at decks and the one or two games that I've watched of that matchup.
Yeah, we've only gotten to see that matchup at the competitive level on stream only a couple of times. This Germany-Japan list is still a really new innovation, and I after last week I took it and played around with it on ladder a little bit, and it's so fun. I really understand um, why this deck appeals to a lot of players. It's a really, really nice take on the classic German midrange list, but Japan secondary just adds so much over, the US more tank-based Heinz, traditional Heinz list.
Yeah, and one of the really nice things about these mid-range lists is that uh, you're able to really put up a good fight against everything, which is always nice on ladder. You don't want to be playing like these slow control decks that you match up into Soviet IS-2 printer, and it's just like, well, I guess I lose because I don't have enough answers. Whereas mid range, you have the speed to contest aggro decks, and you have the late game as well to be able to keep the pressure on further into the game than traditional aggro decks are generally able to. that does come with a little bit of loss of consistency in the early game. Because, if you have these late game threats in your deck, of course, you're able to draw them in the early game rather than just having all 1-drops and expansions like Jagro. So it does open you up to dead hands a little more often. But, not necessarily more often than, slow, dirtily control decks, or certainly not more so than combo decks, where you're able to get those combo pieces stuck in your hand in the early game, and there's
Yeah,
just not much you
that's
can do.
we kind of saw that last match when Xyloser had like all of the diplomatic attaches right off the bat, but just could not find the Great Patriotic War until right at the very end. And that's kind of the risk that you run when you play combo decks, is that if your combo takes too many cards, you're gonna inevitably draw a couple of them earlier than others. And Jay King kind of has to deal with that too, when you need 2 copies of double strength and you have to get rid of your Commonwealth before you can do it. And you need a Crusader and you need at least 1, if not 2, commandos. Like, Jay King's combo was definitely also requires several cards, but not quite as many as Xyloser's.
Yeah, and luckily for Xyloser, J King's deck isn't, traditional at all, and it wasn't really able to put on that pressure for those last few points of damage that, most decks have no trouble dealing.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure. Fortification, as it turns out, is not a very offensive card.
yeah. Yeah, there were a lot of turns where it's just like, any normal deck would just play a Whirlwind, kill you, and be done with it. But J King's deck is like, well, I need to draw out my entire deck to do the combo. It can get ruined by a single Briansk Irregulars killing my last commando. And yeah, it's really hard to get through. Um, it-
Yeah, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Whirlwind is one of the cards being rotated in the upcoming expansion. Do I remember that correctly?
yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so the fact that these Germany secondary decks like Jagro and Frontline are losing Whirlwind means that it might be more difficult in the future for these aggressive and mid-range decks to get that last couple of damage, because pretty much every aggressive and mid-range list uses Germany right now. I believe Martyr and Whirlwind were the 2 most played cards in the World Championships, or at least the double elimination stage of the World Championships.
Yeah, and now they're
And
both getting
they're both
rotated.
getting rotated. So what I would like to see is a little bit more diversity of secondary nations, as Germany was extremely popular as a secondary nation among World Championship decks. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what kind of innovations players make in replacing Germany. Well, or maybe not replacing Germany, but if not replacing Germany, then at least replacing those cards in Germany. So we'll see how the meta shifts and adapts to the changes of these cards that have been really, really impactful in our current metagame. Pretty much every aggro or mid-range list plays 2 copies of Martyr, and a lot of them play 2 copies of Whirlwind. Maybe not quite as many as those that play Martyr, but we've seen a lot of those 2 cards lately, and for
Yeah,
good reason. They're really good. So
I've honestly been surprised with the staying power of Whirlwind. When air sort of got removed from the game with the rotation of the Empire Strikes, I thought maybe Whirlwind would, tone down in popularity a little bit. Because, Whirlwind was one of the key cards in that matchup. But instead, Whirlwind has stayed strong and maybe even increased in popularity a little bit since the first rotation happened.
yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. When the first rotation happened and we lost the Felsvagen, that was one of those main aggressive tank slots for decks like Jagro. And so the fact that they lost for Felsvagen, you need to have good beefy tanks that trade well into your opponent's units sometime in the early game, so you can keep your pressure up, so that when you drop your turn 1, and it inevitably trades, that you have something to follow it up with. So yeah, I mean, Whirlwind is super good. It's funny because it might be more popular now than it was even in a meta where like Brit Air was the #1 deck. And so yeah. Before it was kind of seen as like as like a counter to Brit Air cards, but nowadays it's more just a really good value unit that, like, sometimes it catches an FW 190 or it prevents your opponent from doing something silly with Wellington or Lancaster, but for the most part, pinning those units. Oh, and I suppose what's really important is the fact that it kills Aichi while pinning the Aichi that gets created off the destruction effect. But that pin effect is less relevant now than it was in the past, and yet Whirlwind is like extremely popular right now.
Yeah. Wow, these players are really taking their time. Oh, do we have the match? We have the match. Let's go. I just needed to complain a little.
So it looks like Bezio switched it up. Instead is going with this frontline deck. And frontline, especially when you have that turn 1 Greyhound, can have a pretty solid matchup into the Jagro lists. It's a little bit unfortunate that Bezio is going second, as you'd really like to trade immediately with your opponent's 1-drop card, but it is what it is. Head is playing Arados in that Jagro list, which I find really interesting. Playing Arado, playing Shiden, Head's Jagro list is pretty innovative, harkening us back to a time of old.
I can't imagine Bezio keeps this M4 Sherman. Yeah, okay, he does send it away. It looked like he was gonna keep it on the thing, but going second against Jagro, it's
Yeah,
really optimistic.
oh, there it is anyway. But yeah, it's pretty unlikely that you're gonna be able to pop off a Sherman anytime within the first 5 turns. If you're going second. If you're going first, it's reasonable, but you probably want to have more gas than hoping and praying that your units are gonna stick around long enough for a Sherman.
Yeah, against Jagger, I don't think I've ever kept a Sherman in my opening hand, but certainly against some control decks, and especially discard, keeping Sherman can be a really nice option, especially
sure.
if you already have like a 1/2 and a replay.
It's not never relevant. It's just less relevant than often. And I think that Bezio is debating between playing the 164th and trading it off, or maybe just playing out that Whirlwind flat out and just accepting the 3 damage to face. But if you do that, then Head could also make a nice trade with the Greyhound.
Yeah, it's a little awkward because 2/4 is not exactly the stats you want on this unit. Head has a lot of ways to deal 2 damage with these cavalries, with the Verbal Wind already on board. And, the 2 attack doesn't instantly deal with the Verbal Wind either. So it's just a little not quite where you want it to be. It does play around Yokosuka, though, which Head finds 2 of.
I like this play from Head because your other option is pretty much just playing like 15th Cavalry and double trading with the Whirlwind, which is it's just not that credit efficient. And so using all your credits to get as much value as you can as quickly as you can, yeah, it's a little slow, but I think at the end of the day, it's better to be credit efficient, so that you have more gas later.
Yeah, the Skytrain here is a little bit of a punish for playing slow. Not that it was a mistake from Head not to play around it. It's a single card, but it does present a problem, certainly. Especially spawning those Red Devils.
Yeah, that's like one of the best hits that you can get. it is going to be a 1-3 once it gets into that front line, but I don't know if Head has a super great way to prevent it from getting into the front line, especially not in a way that also keeps the Skytrain from just like continuously pumping out stuff.
The Enigma is not what you need.
Not particularly. But, you know, when you're playing the Errado package that Head is playing, that is like a genuine risk that you're just gonna run into those Enigmas off the Errado.
And Head opts not even to try to contest this front line. I think I might have liked to see the Dina pushed up to the front line.
I was kind of thinking that too. Bezio isn't at a turn where Sherman is relevant, but if Bezio gets the Red Devils into the front line, how is Head ever going to prevent that Sherman, you know?
Yeah.
And Bezio is making a 3-5 Red Devils right here. That is really, really difficult. Before Head, you know, was digging for Audacity. I believe Head plays Audacity. I'm gonna double check real quick. But if Head had hit an Audacity, that would have been a really nice play. Yeah, Head does play Audacity.
And
But
this
unfortunately, go ahead.
Sorry, this is some really nice bombing raid positioning from Bezio here. To consider which side the Skytrain is going to spawn the units on, to anticipate the 1 damage being dealt to the Skytrain, you know, from the very start of the game, is really well disciplined from Bezio. It can be really easy to just, you know, lay out your units on the same side every time, but this situation really goes to show that it can make the difference to just think ahead.
Yeah, definitely really, really nice play from Bezio, just keeping it super clean. And Bezio is just starting to snowball really hard. As far as Bezio has everything that you want. A strong front line. The opportunity to play Sherman next turn. After that play, the opportunity to play Sherman next turn, had the opportunity to push up, but and you know, Whirlwind plus Blitzkrieg, you know, as the game progresses, Bezio will have the opportunity to get some good damage in if they can stick a front line, which if they keep drawing like this, you know, drawing with Sherman, getting value off the Skytrain, if they keep generating all this value, it's gonna be hard for Head to prevent that front line from getting established really quickly within the next probably 2 turns. So
And Bezio does have a big choice here. Do you take the guaranteed Sherman draw now, or do you play Whirlwind to protect the Skytrain some more? And I like the Whirlwind.
yeah, this guaranteed keeps Skytrain alive and allows you to push up the 3-2 infantry. Or the 2-2 infantry.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised pushing up the 99th, but not a huge difference there.
Yeah, certainly not. And we see why Martyr is such a strong card. If Head, you know, hits the cards that they need off the top. That is
Ooh.
unfortunately not it. But in some ways, Martyr can act kind of like old school Feigned Retreat, where you just can chain Blitz infantry into Blitz infantry into Blitz infantry.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes. Definitely not always, but sometimes. I would love to see just like a Sherman and double push up. Start setting up Blitz, or probably worth taking out the Martyr. But
Yeah.
like Sherman push up Martyr, kill Martyr, something like that. Your
Yeah, that
Skytrain is
seems...
still alive. Your front line is gonna be, if your opponent wants the Pioneer draw, they're gonna have to push up the Pioneer itself or the Dina, but then the Dina doesn't get to attack the Skytrain.
Alternatively, it was also pretty reasonable to play the Martyr and trade, get a draw, and then Head is forced to trade into the front line or use the bombing raid, which of course, if he doesn't have the bombing raid, then Bezio is hugely ahead by all the draw from the forced trades from Head side of the board to get brooded at Martyr.
Yeah, Head does have value. Head is definitely not out of this, but it's gonna be hard to get back into the game. That
Yeah.
is really not the draw that you want to see. You're really looking for that audacity.
Once Skytrain has generated this much value, it's so hard to win, especially from Jagro's side.
Yeah, if Head can manage to get a good Enigma, that's one thing, but the problem is that these orders that Head is drawing just aren't going to come out of hand anytime soon. That bombing raid is going to take 4 credits. The naval supply run is something that you don't even... Oh, and that is not what you want to see.
No.
Enigma, unfortunately, doesn't have a lot of synergy with itself, because when you have 2 copies, you're drawing 1 less card. Alright, yeah, no, this is really, really looking difficult for Head here.
And Bezio just has some
Easy trades to make.
Yeah. And that's what Frontline loves to do. Just use the units you already have on board, get some nice value, and eventually get enough in the front line for that blitzkrieg.
For sure. Yeah, Bezio has the credits to like push up a Red Devils and a Sherman and attack with the other 2 units.
Bezio thinking about taking the risk and going for the... No. I was thinking if he goes for the 50-50 on the 163rd attack trigger. I believe that's the name, 163rd, for that 1-3 infantry. To save a little bit of damage, but that would have been, absolutely crazy in this position.
Alright, that Skytrain is finally gone. But to what end, I suppose, is the follow-up question. Head has all the expensive orders, none of them you want. And that Sheeden, although is probably going to be necessary to get, if Head has any hope of winning this game, it's through that Sheeden. But the problem is that when you have so many dead cards in hand, this Enigma is never going to get good value. It's just not possible.
And Bezio choosing to draw off the Martyr, I don't know if that's right when your opponent is running the Enigma version of this deck, because that's kind of their only way into the game again.
It's definitely something that I hope Bezio is considering, but this Jasko, I mean, just in case making like 10 units with Skytrain wasn't enough to win the game, this Jasko is just gonna make life even harder for Head to get in that damage.
Yeah, completely negates Signal Regiment.
Yeah, exactly. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, I have had many games where I've been playing Jagro and been completely frustrated with Jasko for turning off my Signal Regiment and reducing everything else that I do so significantly.
Yeah, the fact that Jasko says any damage instead of, combat damage or something like that. Or damage, yeah. Combat damage to the HQ, no, I don't know how you would word that, but yeah.
And it's still the least popular of the 0-4 cycle. Of course, it can be really a dead card against control, or even in a mid-range mirror matchup sort of thing.
Yeah, and the decks that need the time to be bought are like ramp decks, which oftentimes, given that US ramp isn't the strongest deck right now, US secondary ramp is really nice because you have ASW patrol, but US main ramp isn't the strongest iteration of ramp right now, and also ramp is not usually one of the best decks. So we really just haven't seen a place for Jasko in a while.
Now, Head only has one copy of Sendai, so this 5th Rangers is quite safe here from Bezio's side.
Yeah, I mean, Bezio is... That's going to be 7 plus 6 plus 4. It's going to be 17 damage after that Blitzkrieg. If Bezio finds a... Actually, no, Head did manage to do a pretty decent job of contesting that front line, I was going to say. I thought Head was only going to be able to kill one of those units, but it looks like Head is going to be able to kill 2.
Yeah, the Red Devils always staying consistently annoying.
Yeah, Red Devils is... What a card. Such a strong card.
I think maybe Head wanted to make that trade with the 35T first, just because getting the Akita ping on that Kree 5, you're still probably trading into the Kree version.
So on one hand, you know, Bezio doesn't have a whole lot of stuff going on as far as, you know, without playing Shermans, it seems like playing anything but a Sherman would be pretty crazy. But on the other hand, Head does have that Enigma, and giving them any more gas is an issue, especially when you just like have these giant 4/4 sitting in your hand, which eventually will win the game on their own. I'm not sure if it made more sense to push up or not. I guess part of it is gambling on whether Head has that Enigma. So
losing the key is probably one of the better outcomes for Head here,
for
but
sure, yeah, for sure.
but it's not like Head is, you know, cheering because he sees that he's still in a really untenable position.
Yeah, and Head needed to figure out, did it make more sense to play the Enigma before you attack with the Type 93, and instead Head is just going for trying to chain some units together maybe, which, or giving your opponent draws off of Martyr, I guess.
Yeah, that bicycle was a nice little draw.
I'm
You
surprised to
can,
not see the Enigma come out here. But I guess you're pretty close to dead to Blitzkrieg.
yeah, and it was a little awkward credits wise to play out the cards in hand and get the Enigma off for Head, it felt like.
We might just end up seeing like a value Sheeden coming up here pretty soon, using Sheeden to trade into 2 units.
Yeah, never what you really want to be doing with
Never
Sheeden.
what you want to do with Sheeden. You want Sheeden to essentially be Bismarck most of the time.
We're trading with the Sherman just because of the credit cost. No, that's interesting. I suppose when you have another Sherman in hand, you have this Martyr. Like, you're not limited on value at all. So, it makes sense.
Yeah, Bezio just has like all the best units. Martyr, Pathfinders, the Jask is relevant if Head finds that Signal Regiment. But unfortunately, Head's board has a lot of stuff with 2 or less defense, and so this Akita is nearly guaranteed to get a good value trade. That's kind of what Akita's for. That's why people have been including Akita in some Jagger lists over the past month or month and a half, is because when you're in a meta with that's dominated by frontline and Jagro, it's really nice to have value trades. Head has a lot of good stuff, just not enough credits to use it all.
And this Shenano could theoretically blank entirely with the Jasco
Yeah.
on board.
It is theoretically possible, for sure.
Going face.
For that one, that sweet, sweet 1 damage. Oh man. Ooh! Oh! That's the hit that you wanted off the Pathfinders.
Yeah, that's value.
That's exactly what Head wanted. I don't think it matters, but it is what Head wanted. Bezio needs to start playing towards this Blitzkrieg win condition.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Bezio's close to lethal this turn. If you use the combat engineers, you're able to get up the Hellcat and the Martyr. You have a 5 and a 6.
Yeah, that is it. That is lethal.
Very nice.
Bezio, a 2-0 lead overhead. Bezio's last deck is gonna be that Japan-Germany mid-range. Sorry, Germany-Japan mid-range. I'm so used to saying Japan-Germany Jagro. The Germany-Japan mid-range, and Head has the, Head can pick whatever here. If you're Head, what do you, I mean, we already talked about this a little bit, I guess. But Jagro isn't guaranteed to win, but it seems like it has a favorable matchup here.
If I were Head, I'd pick Germany again. Throw off your opponent.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
We see Britain. I'm really not sure how well this matchup plays out. It seems scary if you're not able to find your few guards to protect from Comet.
Yeah, Head has brought this Britain-Germany list a couple times. Sometimes Head techs it more for discard. This list is teched more for just like a control without the discard elements, which I think is really interesting. But Head really likes the Britain-Japan, sorry, I've done that twice. Britain-Germany combination.
And this careless talk might be eating a honey.
Yeah, that'd be really nice for Bezio if that is what manages to happen.
Yeah,
Bezio plays 2 coffees, so is it worth playing around if you're Head? I don't know. It's a pretty big payoff, but a pretty big risk. So, and there it is.
Yeah, and it's still 1-for-1. It's not a huge credit win for Bezio. I think it's okay to run out the honey.
Yeah. Yep. But Head having 2 Easter regiments, 2 supply shortages, and the sudden strike, like that's gonna be hard for Bezio to fight through. And this deck isn't Jagro. You don't have the expansions and the enigmas. Like if they trade 1-for-1 into, if you trade removal as Head 1-for-1 into this Germany-Japan deck, then you're really happy. Which is not necessarily the case with Jagger, because Jagger just has access to so much more draw. I got all my nations switched around today. I don't know what I'm saying.
Soon enough, you'll be talking about Finland.
Yeah,
and then
Bezio's Poland-Finland list seems pretty good. I would really like to see this Heinkel come down and start digging for something that's gonna solve this issue for you. I mean, on one hand, yes, if you attack here, then you get the 2 extra credits with Nashib to spend on your spoils of war. But you do lose a lot of stuff to the supply shortage that's inevitably coming down next turn.
well, not necessarily, because that does leave Bezio to get another draw off the Heinkel.
True.
And when Bezio's so low on cards, I feel like you might just slap the sudden strike down to
Kill the Heinkel.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Whirlwind isn't presenting an immediate threat. It trades really nicely with your Starry. So no, I think you're right. I absolutely think you're right in retrospect. It's so hard when you see 4 units, 2 of which don't have, two of which have 1 health, to not drop that supply shortage. But I think you are right that that given Bezio's hand, it's better not to give them the draw. That 190 is a really, really nice pickup. It's
Yeah,
really,
and-
really hard for Head to get rid of that.
Yeah, and the 3H as well. Just all this cycle is so important for Bezio to find, when his hand size is this low.
Instead opting for the spoils of war.
I find that very surprising.
Yeah, that is not at all what I was expecting. That is very, very far from what I was expecting. Because Head, Head isn't playing a whole lot of discard. It's not like, you need to get your draw out as quickly as possible. But something worth noting is that Head does play a copy of Sky Barons, and I guess that would be a huge tempo loss for Bezio if that 190 got killed by Sky Barons.
Yeah,
So
that's
I don't
true.
know,
It's a very reasonable worry.
I love that we're getting to see this reworked Firefly. We didn't see it before it got reworked at all, and after it got reworked, it took a while for people to start playing it. But a 5-cost 5/4 with a conditional for the king is, that's pretty good.
Yeah, if you're able to get off the damage onto, a decently sized tank, it's incredible. It's just
Yeah, and in the matchups where you need to hit as quickly as you can, just dropping it on turn 5, hitting for 5 the next turn isn't the end of the world either.
there are some games where you just have to play it against a Type 94, and that's really sad. But,
I've definitely done that. I have definitely done that. Yeah, the Sexton on the 5/5 would be nice, although you could trade it off with the Firefly if you wanted.
yeah, it feels like you're 1 credit short of what you really want to do this turn, which is Sexton and pushing up the Firefly. Because then you would have your Sexton guarded and a unit in the front line, and that's 2 ways you're protecting the Sexton, and sort of forcing the double
This does
pin.
completely remove Bezio's board though, but yeah, I do like what you're saying. Bezio getting close to that Leopold. Ho ho
Yeah.
ho.
And Head just used the tactical strike.
Yep. Yeah, Head doesn't immediately have an answer to Leopold now. If Head plays that 3H, then, and then it gets bounced by Leopold again, then Head does have an opportunity to dig for something.
Do you ever just pass this turn from Bezio? I don't think that would have been insane.
It's definitely not the craziest thing. This is a really nice Schutzen coming out from Head. I mean, I assume. I can never be sure, but like getting to push up the 2-5 would be nice.
Well, it would be really bad.
Oh wait,
in
wait,
this
no,
case.
there's a careless talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm very smart.
But the Panzer 3H does really well into it, but no. It was the last draw from Bezio. It makes sense that Head isn't doing too much to play around it.
Oh, that Schutzen is a great draw for Bezio.
Absolutely. And it gives Head an okay carpet bombing. It feels like Head will have to play it to deny the draw again.
Yeah, I mean, with Bezio having one revealed sudden strike, Head is like, I mean, you have one more card in your hand. I think I can trade the Surrey into the Schutzen and the Martyr. I think you'd be crazy not to if you're Head. That is, only if Bezio plays out this Schutzen here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Bezio played so tempo-oriented last turn that I would be surprised for him to hold the Schutzen. It seems like a little bit of a break in, his play style.
And he is going for it, but not pushing up.
Interesting.
Is Bezio playing around the carpet bombing?
Yeah,
Definitely
it plays
possible.
around carpet bombing. It also plays around another Schutzen from Head. I do believe he runs 2 copies. Let me check. Yes, he does.
Yeah, and he also plays 2 copies of carpet bombing. As well as 4 supply shortages. Man, the board wipes on Head's side are and 2 copies of Monsoon Rot? Head, how many board wipes do you need?
More, always more.
Arado into Leopold? Question mark.
Yeah, or push up and Leopold, potentially.
Yeah, it is a tempo oriented play. But I think when you're low on value and your opponent has too many board wipes, you want to accrue as much value as you can. Yeah, Bezio does have to consider that Head is hitting the crucial Monsoon Rot supply shortage turn.
Yeah, you're always hoping you can get the game finished against these kinds of British control decks before turn 9 hits, but Head is still on 18 defense. And that's not Monsoon Rot.
If only Head could respond with a Churchill. Do the same thing, just play Churchill Leopold games for the rest of time.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen. I've
I've
definitely seen it happen.
I think a long time ago there was a match where we had the Leopold back and forth for many turns in a row in a control matchup.
I've definitely seen it happen in competitive matchups before. I think it happened in like June or something like that.
This is interesting. Not opting to pin the Schützen, which means that this carpet will not clear next turn. If you pin the Schützen and the Leopold trades into the Sexton, then you're fine. I'm honestly quite confused by not pinning the Schützen there.
Although, on the other hand, Bezio does get really blown out by carpet bombing here.
And
Yes, you
using
get
the
to hit
top
for-
deck one to utilize maximum tilt and throw your opponent off.
So you definitely trade, play the auto, see what you get. Admiral Hipper.
Is okay, denies a draw, and another guard from head is really
Well, most importantly, Bezio, the Comet plus. Oh, I think that was Burst of Fire. No, that's Surprise Attack. Yeah, no, okay. So Bezio is still a fair way off from being back in this game.
big. Now, if Head knew about the Comet in hand, he would definitely pick that second Gren Guards, but now that's at the bottom of his deck. Which means he's
I think
not.
Fortification makes sense here.
If you're playing around the Comet, yes.
Is there any way that Bezio can find some way to like guarantee a win with Comet and Admiral Hipper? And I think the answer is no, especially after the Gren Guards, but Bezio is really close on this one, but I don't think that they're gonna be able to get out of this.
Yeah.
I think just like push up Fortification seems good. Schützen is a good draw.
Yeah, for sure. But
Yeah, the problem is that this Gren Guards is gonna get pushed up, and I think Head is gonna win the race. Maybe. We'll see. With the Wellington in the picture, it looks like Head is gonna win the race, but it's possible that Bezio can get in.
Yeah, with considering cards in hand, Head is definitely winning the race right now. And the thing is that Head only needs to deploy his threats and hit with them each turn, whereas Bezio, the Comet is nice to deal 4 damage each turn, but it's effectively 3 with the Honey. Okay, Honey's gone now, but dealing 4 damage a turn compared to dealing potentially 9 damage a turn with Gren Guards and Mosquito, it just doesn't compare.
Yeah, Bezio running out of options here. I don't know how you're gonna fight your way through a Mosquito and a Wellington and a Grenadier Guards. Do you even have any orders left in the deck? I think 1 Burst of Fire, maybe?
Bezio does run a Burst of Fire. I think there's still another Sovereign Plane as well.
Oh, okay.
Bezio does get to trade out this Wellington, which is surely better than dealing 4 damage to the HQ. It appears he's just deciding if he wants to play the Errado this turn or if he wants to trade out his Schützen into the Panzer III-H in the front line.
Yeah, you gotta kill a Wellington here, for sure. Especially if the Grenadier Guards hasn't taken any damage yet this game. You know, you're not really losing anything by bouncing it.
Bezio's running out of time.
Ooh, that was not what I expected.
Oh, me
I
neither.
wonder if Bezio was hoping to get that stuff in or just, decided not to.
Now,
Yeah,
do you remember if that Admiral Hipper was drawn off of an Errado?
I don't think it was.
Okay. I'm just thinking if Head knew that there's 2 orders in hand and the Comet, I would just play Carpet and hit the HQ for 8. I did say Carpet, not Comet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Yep.
I don't know. I just feel like the sooner you get this Wellington killed, the better. Does Head run Ultra in his deck? Is that the concern? Let me take a look. Yes, Head does run Ultra, and Bezio has never really had an opportunity to test for it. So I think that's probably what's going through Bezio's mind with the whole not playing the Admiral Hipper. Yeah, and he plays Sovereign Plan to play around it, but we know Head doesn't have it. And that's probably enough value for the carpet bombing.
Yeah, for sure. You'd easily just pop this off right here, and you get to attack with both lanes. That puts your opponent on a 1-turn clock. Bezio's gonna have to trade the Comet into the... Or actually, I suppose you could just hipper the Mosquito, but you either have to hipper the Mosquito or Comet the Mosquito.
Well,
rough jaw, burst of fire. Looks like we will be seeing another game after this one. Oh, hang on. Okay. Yeah, burst of fire killing both planes. Bezio, you gotta trade with the plane, right? Yeah.
okay. But how much does Bezio even have left in his deck to get through the Screen Guards? Ooh, I hate playing the Pioneers here. I think that just makes it way harder to play your Errado, right? Okay. If he's playing out the Errado just as a body, then that makes more sense. But how nice would it have been to have the Errado here?
Ooh,
Oh,
that
okay.
is a good hit.
It shows me just top deck Lend-Lease instead.
Yeah, just
Who
be the
needs
better
Errado?
player. No, just be the better player. Always just top deck exactly what you want. Yeah, there's a children's card game, which for copyright issues I'm not gonna name directly by name, but I think they have a saying, something about like a human organ of the cards, something like that. Was it brain of the cards? Foot of the cards? Just
Who's
draw
to
exactly
say?
what you want. Who's to say?
I like just pushing up and pushing up a Schützen to boot.
Yeah, I mean, now that the comet's gone, just start hitting in. Get that Grenguards up. Really?
That's crazy.
Head, there's nothing left, buddy.
There's just no comment. He traded it.
Does Bezio play Africa Core? I don't think so.
Even if he did, I'd still
Take the
still push
risk.
it up.
Yeah.
Now he gets a little bit punished by allowing this trade to happen.
Mm-hmm.
If Head had pushed up that Gren Guards, then Bezio would have been just dead this turn. Does Head want to win on fatigue?
Yeah, I mean, Head could be playing towards a fatigue win. Those double FWs are kind of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, oh. Well, less of an issue now.
Yeah, you could play the Wrath Lightning and play towards that sweet fatigue win condition.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually like genuinely might be a good play if you have two of them.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all.
But I also like attacking with Kitty Hawk Ultra. No, I don't think that's bad either. Wait, what?
Seems like a mistake, but maybe Head isn't paying quite enough attention to the fatigue.
Yeah, I have no
here.
idea.
Oh, and there's the second Gren Guards. I mean, Head just has so many stats at this point that I can't
Yeah,
imagine how he loses.
you can just go 5 to the face here, 5 to the HQ. And even pop off like supply shortage and hold up Ultra to boot.
Yeah, looks like the line Head's going
Are there
for.
any orders left in Bezio's deck? I don't think so. I think that's it. But I suppose it's better to be safe than sorry if, you happen to forget that there's one more. You know, that classic German order that says, win the game. The 0 credit one. Gotta protect yourself from that.
Bezio.
Right, and we're going to another game. Head has... if Head wants to get this reverse sweep off, Head is gonna have to win with both the Soviets, that Soviet control list, Soviet France, as well as the... I'm pretty sure that's a Jagger list.
Yeah, that is Jygro from Head. It is the strange, maybe it's rude to call it strange, but the double Enigma and no expansion variety. But we get a treat, and we get to see the Soviet France 2 sickles in the opener. Really nice for the potential cavalries that Bezio runs.
Yeah, and Bezio just doesn't have the opening start that you want. You really want to have something a little more aggressive, but... Or maybe,
Granted,
yeah, granted that Head has the sickles, maybe it actually is better that Bezio just plays out the more resistant 2-drops.
mm-hmm. Now this Aichi is always really annoying for Soviets to deal with.
Unless you have 39th, then it's really nice for Soviets to deal with.
Yes. You can double sickle it this turn if you want, and then go for the caddy 50-50 the next turn. Oh man, Head might be doing it. How many sickles does Head run? Because that kind of determines how risky this play is. If he runs 4, then I think it's pretty
Plays
reasonable.
3.
He plays 3. Okay.
No, sorry, that's Bezio. Bezio plays 3. Head plays.
Oh, he does play 4.
Okay.
So yeah, that gives a little more insurance if the caddy misses. Now he's also found the BM, which is, a lot more consistent. Careless Talk is still a scary card. Oh no.
Oh no! Head, can you risk it? Can you really risk it? It's much safer to go for engineers here. Yes, that is the correct play.
Thank goodness. That would have been too brutal to watch,
Yeah,
I think.
that would be disastrous. But yeah, I mean, those are the kind of things that make these players strong players, is that they take into account what their opponent could have, what their opponent is probably mulliganing for, and we've seen in the past people, don't hold up Careless Talk turn 1 against Soviets because the only thing they could play as engineers. All these little small countermeasure interactions are really tough to master, and to get to this level, you're just, especially in an OCC Ultimate, you have to really be on your game.
For sure. Oh, we have a couple options from Head. You can play the BM and just trade out the errata. That seems pretty reasonable.
Appears that Head concurs.
You also had the option to just draw off of Call to the Colonies, but it's a little slow for turn 4. Not exactly where you want to be. Not that the BM is a very fast play by any means.
Yeah, Bezio's gonna have a really difficult time getting rid of this BM. Bezio doesn't play any copies of Air Superiority. And so, is there any way to actually permanently get rid of BM for Bezio?
Let me take a look. You can use Leopold to fill the hand and discard it to hand size.
Okay, alright. Alright. I'm sure that's what Bezio is playing towards here.
You can send it back to hand and hold up Careless Talk, or you can use double surprise attack from the Type 94s.
I'd love to see just like, I don't know, maybe Rima come down here for Head.
Yeah, Rima's pretty good. The Yagged Bomber is pretty good into it.
Yeah, true.
That's fortunate for Bezio here. But you don't necessarily need to deal with the BM if you're able to just apply enough pressure that the BM is too slow.
I like just playing defend in depths here. I think using it while you have the opportunity seems good. It is going to be kind of difficult for Head to deal with these 190s coming down, but you have time. You have time.
Now the question is, do you defend in depth and hammer? Do you defend in depth and BM just to, heal for 2? Do you play out the Chaika to develop it even though it gets pinned?
Yeah, it's kind of tough. Kind of tough. The caddy? That
Caddy
is not
trade.
what I would have considered.
It's not
And
crazy.
that is a I mean, I guess you have the sickle for insurance, but
Mhm.
it's definitely not what I would have played. Not saying
But
it's
if
wrong, just I would not have even really considered that line.
yeah, and Bezio does get the opportunity to play around the sickle by trading with this 2/4.
Mm-hmm.
You're not
Yeah,
really playing into anything.
Bezio wasn't looking super hot a couple turns ago, but the credit denial into dropping these planes for pressure is actually working out quite nicely.
Yeah, and that Yagged Bomber was absolutely massive.
Mm-hmm. For sure, for sure. Yeah, just trading out with the Orb one definitely makes a lot of sense. Allows you to play the Shaika without it being pinned. You could also hammer the 2-3, but that does seem like kind of a waste of a hammer.
Yeah, you are under a lot of pressure. But, you know, the Shaika does theoretically heal you for 4 with this Engineers on board.
Yeah, plus, I mean, just taking up your opponent's time and energy, getting rid of it. Trades nicely into the 3H.
Mm-hmm. But I'm
I'm
just...
curious as to why Head played it on opposite sides of the HQ like that. When you have Rima.
Yeah, that's a little curious. I mean, most likely Heads is going to want to defend his HQ with this Arima at this point in the game.
Head has taken a lot of damage there. I mean, you know, you have the 2 call in the colonies, you have the 272nd, but Bezio is putting on the pressure. And that's not really gonna help you when you're this low on defense. That Winter Warfare, I mean, it's a great tool for getting rid of the board, but putting yourself to 4 is, you know, or I mean, maybe not to 4 because you have the engineers, but sacrificing everything you have is tough. Tough for sure.
Yeah,
Kind of unclear what the best thing to do is. I can see, you know, Head is taking their time and they absolutely should. I think this is a super critical position. Where you go from here is gonna seriously impact the rest of the game. Well, I should clarify. It'll seriously impact whether there is a rest of the game.
yeah. The Arima does have as much defense as the 272nd guards. You could hammer either the 5/5 or the 2/5. Just opting for trading out. Interesting. With another type, this might
Yeah,
have
that's
been
what
lethal.
I was thinking. Is there any way for Bezio to get another unit type? Oh, you mean like the card type?
Yep. Type
Ah.
94. Now, a lot of math to do. You can play the MEBF, get a card and a credit. And go back up to 9. Trading in the FW into the Rima. Then you probably want to play 4, operating the Panzer 3L. Oh.
Burst of Fire?
Wait.
Wait a minute.
Wasn't Burst of Fire lethal?
It might have been.
Because if you do this is, I don't know how well known this is, but if you do Burst of Fire after taking the attack, you do get the second Fury attack from the
you still
FW.
get the second attack.
So and that would have been 9 damage. Did he have the credits? I
Oh,
think he might have been. I
no.
think he was 1 credit off. If I did my math correctly.
Oh, that is definitely possible. Just dropping 2 FWs here seems pretty strong. Well, on one hand, it doesn't play around the partisans, but yeah, maybe it's just better to play around the partisans.
Yeah, I think so. No, with Head not having partisans, double FW is definitely the strongest line, but it's so risky. And Head might be turning the corner here.
Yeah, Head has the healing, the guards. It's definitely possible that Head can eke this out, but it is going to be an uphill battle. It is definitely an uphill battle.
He's got the healing, the guards, the hair. He's got everything.
The hair. He does. He really does have the hair. I think that's a pretty old picture, but definitely rocking it.
I like the heal.
Yep. Makes sense, makes sense.
Now the burst of fire 101st Infantry Regiment
That's what I was
wombo
thinking.
combo.
That's a huge wombo combo. That's 1, 2, 8, 15. That's 1 off lethal. Yeah, 1 off lethal.
But the Type 94s can still attack, can't they? Or
Oh,
did they
yeah,
attack
sorry.
already?
No, yeah, you're totally right. I miscounted that. All right, well, it looks like that match is going to Bezio.
All right, Bezio taking it overhead.
And,
Very well played.
I believe that coming up for you guys, we have some very special card reveals in just a minute or so.
Oh, yes, we do. We most
Yeah.
certainly do. Heck of a hard fought battle there, Bezio. Moving on, getting a little bit of revenge from last week where Bezio did fall to head in the World Championship qualifier, but snuck back in here and is moving on. So let's not make you wait. Let's dive right into the card reveal here. We do have 2 for you, so let's get the first one up here on the screen.
The H39SWG. It is a German Hotchkiss 39 that is, it looks like it was converted to be an artillery piece. It has 1/4 Fury and suppress units attacked by this unit.
Starry,
Interesting.
I love this card. Fury artilleries, they are so powerful if you're able to buff them up. You're able to suppress 2 units in a turn. I think that this card it could have the potential to make some waves depending on the support that you're able to put alongside it and how fast your opponent is able to get threats on the board to deal with it early. But that 4 defense is nothing to scoff at.
For sure.
And for those of you who have not read necessarily the article yet about Winter War, the suppress keyword is one of the new keywords in the set. Suppress units lose all of their keywords and abilities and have their attack and defense reset. Units lose their suppressed status if they return to hand. So not only can you buff it and do some damage, but you can also ping some buffs back as well using that card.
Yeah,
Nice,
hitting
very nice.
5th Rangers with that card is really, really nice. Making it a turning an 8/8 or a 4/4 blitz with 0 op cost into just your generic 4/4 with 4 op cost. I mean, but I think that there's 2 decks that might consider this. There's kind of any deck that wants to try and OTK with a Fury artillery piece like Berto was talking about, some kind of Soviet German artillery deck. Or yeah, I mean, I don't know, Berto, what kind of decks do you think might play this?
I think maybe you could try to run it in a combined arms strategy with the 101st Infantry Regiment to really abuse
Yeah, I
that
didn't think of
fury.
that, but yeah, no, for sure. That sounds really gross.
A couple different options there for this new card. We've got Winter War coming out in just a little bit. We do have another little reveal for you, but before we get there, let's dive into the bracket. We're gonna thank Starry and Berto, and we'll give Spooz and Bubbles a chance to talk new cards as well. So there we see Zai Loser moving on to tomorrow, facing off against Bezio. Both players winning their series 3-1. We have Artemisia taking on TB next, and then Gorg and Tang Tang wrapping up our day one. But yes, indeed, we do have another card reveal. So let's welcome Spooz and Bubbles back. Let's have them getting ready for what we're going to see here today. Let's bring the next card up here. No fun sound effect on that one. Bubbles, you seem interested. What do we got here?
The Raf Mitchell, it's a 6k bomber. We have seen one bomber announced already, which was the Halifax, so this might work quite nicely with that. You've got 3 credits to operate, which is quite a high operation cost. 6 attack, so a nice amount of attack, and 4 defense, which isn't the worst for bombers. You know, they can be a little bit fragile, so 4 defense might get you out of some AoE and things. And then it has salvage while guarded. Now, salvage, currently all we know is what it means is when your unit kills an enemy unit, you will get a weaker salvaged version of it added to your hand. We don't know necessarily what weaker means yet. That's yet to be revealed, but I'm sure we'll find out soon. But we can still make a couple assumptions based on what we know. So if you can guard this, I assume you're going to be able to get a lot of value. You know, this salvage ability and the guarded ability means you're keeping your bomber protected. You can slowly churn out value after value. You kill a unit every turn, you keep your bomber protected, and you're going to be getting this additional value of the enemy units you're salvaging. It's also a limited, which means it's fairly easy to craft. And in sort of lower ranks where people might not have as much removal, or on obviously something like draft, this could become very, very powerful. It might struggle a little bit more on the competitive scene because a lot of people are going to have answers to it. There's a lot of answers to guards as well as the bomber itself. So it might not see as much play competitively. But I think in sort of lower collection games, it's going to be really, really powerful. And then in limited formats such as draft, it has the potential to just win you games on its own. Even if you can't guard it, a 6-4 bomber in draft is quite scary.
Anything you want to add there, Spooz?
Not particular. I just can agree to a lot that Bubble just said there. Usually I'm not the biggest fan of expensive bombers that don't have an instant effect. But yeah, as Bubbles just said, in the lower ranks or in draft, this can be a really great card. Kind of comparable effect than the German fighter, the U-88 is currently having. Whenever you destroy a unit with this, you get a copy of that unit, and here you get a weaker version of that one without your unit getting any damage, as long as it's not attacking fighters. So yeah, it can be really annoying when you don't have answers to it, and usually you want to guard your bombers anyway, so kind of win-win situation there, and definitely an interesting card. But I doubt we might not see this a lot in competitive play, but you're definitely going to try this one out on release day.
Well, like Bubble said, easy access, so we might see that the lower ranks might see it a little bit more in draft, but that's not what we're talking about today. Today we're talking about the OCC Ultimate, and we've got our next quarterfinal up here, Artemisia taking on TB. So let's get into it and bring up Artemisia's player card. Again, neither of these players are any type of stranger to the OCC. We've seen them all before. There we go. Artemisia playing 13,000 matches, solid win rate of 67%, qualifying here in second. So expecting big things from Artemisia. Let's go ahead and bring up their deck lineup. Spooz, why don't you walk us through what Artemisia is equipped with today?
Artemisia bringing Poland into today's OCC Ultimate here as an ally nation with Brit, Poland, Legions. We haven't seen Legions in a while. Pretty pretty control heavy deck. You have a lot of guards potentially with these with Plan West and Tarno Regiment, and then you play all these intel cards. You have all these strong control tools from Britain with the good board clears. You have good elites, so a really well designed deck to control the board. And I expect this one to be a really good ban target here for TB. And the rest of the decks are just more standard decks. We have that German-Japan mid-range deck that we just saw a few times in the past weeks. It just came out of nothing, and people seem to enjoy playing this. It can deal very well with early aggression, but it's also very strong in the mid game with all these FWs, 190 Jug Bomber or 190A. And yeah, you just have a good finisher with Comet as long as your opponent is not having guards. So a really versatile deck. We've seen performing pretty well, but it can also struggle in some matchups. Then we have US-Germany Frontline. This version here without stuff like Eagle Claws, but 2 copies of Martyr, also 2 copies of Blitzkrieg. So looks like people switch back to always have 2 copies to just have better access to them. And then we just have Japan, Germany, Jagro. I think we don't need to spend any more time explaining what this deck evolves around.
I think we've covered that one up and down. So let's take a look at Artemisia's opponent TB here. TB 16,000 matches played. That 64% win rate is pretty darn solid. Coming in here in 7th. Bubbles, why don't you walk us through what TB is armed with for this quarterfinal matchup?
So TB has a little bit of a range of decks. This first deck is something which used to be fairly popular, but it's not been as popular for a while. This is a ramp deck. Now, typically for ramp, your main allies were Italy and Britain. Because USA is a main nation, it can lack defensive capabilities, especially when it comes to things like healing and guards. And both Britain and Italy offer healing and guards, so they're quite convenient. So we see this here. It does have a little bit more tempo than you might be used to seeing on sort of your ladder ramp decks. We do have Howcat in here, we do have Skytrain, and we've got United We Stand, which offers us a little bit of removal in the early game. And then obviously it has a really powerful late game package. We have got the Spitfire 9 in here, which is the US Spitfire. It draws you a card from your an air unit from your deck when played. We've got P51B, which clears a unit in the front line. We've got the Machi, which is actually a fairly new Italian aeroplane. It has blitz. It's very similar to stuff like the Tony. And then we do have things like naval engagement, seaborne, this sort of stuff, which can blow out the late game. So if this deck can reach the late game, it's really powerful. It does suffer a little bit when it comes to draw. We've got a special delivery in here to try and help out with that a little bit. And those Spitfires may help out a little bit as well. But it does suffer with draw when compared to other sort of slower decks like Britain or Soviets. And talking to Soviets and draw, the next deck we have is a bit of a combo kill deck. It is a Tony OTK deck. We've got very good card draw in here with things like By the Sword that help us draw for our deck relatively quickly. Lesser of Evils as well lets us draw lots of cards and gives us good card selection. And then we can try and close out the game with a Tony OTK. We do have some ways of getting past guards with things like Honorable Death. They offer us a great removal piece, as well as Outflank, which just kills any guard units. But then this deck can also actually sneak some wins pretty much out of nowhere. GBW can allow you to set your opponent's health really low, and then you can finish them off with Mobile Defense Final Push, or you can also use the BM13 to try and close out the game with some final pushes in GBW. So it can sneak up a little bit on you. And also I want to draw attention to this Chaika. If Chaika sticks on board, it's a really strong target for Burst of Fire, plus buffing it with this this final push, because it can really sneak up on your opponents. They're thinking about the Tony, they're thinking about the Blitz fighters, but a sticky fighter on board, that can pull it out of nowhere, and you don't have to spend 6 credits deploying it, or you don't have to pass 7 credits like you do with the Tony to get it to automatically come into play next turn. One concern I do have is if your opponent has guards on board and you're not comfortable going for the combo, you need to keep your credits below 7, or your Tony is going to deploy itself unconsensually just put itself onto the board, and then you're forced to go then and there and then. So the Tony can backfire a little bit against slower decks. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to pan out. The next deck we have is a Heinz deck. Now, I know we saw Heinz not being the favorite for TB, but being the favorite for their opponent. However, TBV wanted to bring a Heinz deck itself. We see 3 copies of support column in here, which tries to lower the operation cost of your tanks and let them move very, very quickly while doing bonus attack damage. With this deck, you try to establish a strong early game with units like Red Devils and the Panzer IIA, and then you close this out very quickly with Blitzkriegs and the Panzer IIIF, which both buff your board and let you just go the mile super, super quickly. It is fairly similar to Frontline in how it operates, and one of the nice things Heinz does have is skilled players with this deck, people like Killswitch and TB, they can go long games in this deck and actually perform really, really well in these longer games. It can be a little bit difficult for control decks to fight this, as the amount of blitz tanks they have, they can just kill you out of nowhere in these longer games. And then this last deck is Brittany. It's something we've seen a fair amount in the past. We do see some fairly strange options in here, like Pact of Steel and Attacking the Colonies. Not quite as popular in Brittany, but we do see TB trying it out. We also have Commonwealth in here, along with the Lancaster and the Wellington, which offers us a huge amount of reach to close out the game.
Thank you so much for the breakdown, Bubbles. Now let's take a look at the bans and see what is going to be available to our players. So Artemisia losing the frontline list here, and TB is going to lose that Brittany that Bubbles was just talking about. Bubbles, if you're looking at TB side of things, you've got that as pretty much the only real strong control list, I guess, on that side. Any surprise that Artemisia decided they didn't want to deal with this?
I don't think it's too surprising. At the moment, pre-rotation, Brit is still a very powerful nation, having access to things like Monty and Lend-Lease. These can be really, really scary. And Italy, when paired up with them, can complement them really well. There's 2 ways of looking at deck building and nation selection. You can pick nations which offer something different to your main nation, like we see in this USA ramp deck. The USA lacks something, so the Italy comes in because it can complement that, and it can cover where you're not covered. But then with Brittany, it's a little bit different. Italy offers fairly similar things to Britain, so instead of trying to be varied in what we do, like in the ramp deck, we try to get really, really good at one thing, and this is playing defensive with guards and healing, and then closing out the game in the late game with things like Commonwealth and these aggressively statted guards, which, while they protect you, when you get them in the front line, they can put your opponent on a 3 or 4 turn clock and become really, really scary. So we see a little bit of variation. And I think this Brittany one is just slightly more scary here because it has so much healing and so much potential finishing for the late game.
And Spooz, if we take the other angle here, we start looking at Artemisia's lineup, we see that the frontline list is getting banned. And that's something that we've seen almost every player play, and I don't think we've seen it banned recently. You were thinking Legions originally might be the call. What's your take on the ban of this frontline list?
I mean, I think it was a hard decision here for TB probably because, yeah, that Brit-Poland deck is also something you really don't want to run into when you have TB's lineup, especially with this Tony OTK deck. Like I said, this can just push out so many guards, and yeah, you only have your Tony that needs to reach the HQ somehow, and you can maybe kill 1 or 2 of these, but not 3 or 4 in one turn. So, but Frontline makes sense. Like, Frontline has access to stuff like Whirlwind, and you don't want to deal with the Whirlwind when you play the Tony, because this is just getting pinned on deploy. And overall, it's just a very solid deck, so it really makes sense to ban that one here. Yeah, we'll see how it goes with both players' decision here. And we see TB starting with that Heinz deck without Heinz, and Artemisia with Germany, Japan mid-range.
This is a very interesting hand here for TB. You've got a lot of little blitz guys, and you have the Panzer IIIe, which does buff the blitzers. However, if 3 of them may be a little bit too heavy, you may want to cut down to just 2 of them. Artemisia has a fairly good opener here against aggressive decks because this Careless Talk is really powerful. The Marder can help you go the mile and drawing you new cards, and the Stutzen is just beautiful for trading into the front line. However, not going first, TB will be able to establish a unit before this Careless Talk comes out, and may be able to move very, very quickly and overwhelm Artemisia before this mid-game sort of powerful hand here for Artemisia. Panzer IIIF, a beautiful find here. Once TB's hand is dumped, this Panzer III F is going to buff everything and give TB a really, really quick way of finishing out this game. Artemisia is going to have to be fighting for their survival, but if they can do so, it may be difficult for TB to finish them off later in the game. Careless
Just
Talk
going for
coming
the
out.
double deploy here. Yeah, you want to have stats on board once this Panzer III F comes out.
You may just want to go for the autocannon next turn, depending on how Artemisia plays this. You won't be expecting the second Careless Talk. But this
Play
second
heavily.
Careless Talk might be really, really big here for buying Artemisia the time they need to get these mid-game tools like the Stutzen and the Marder online. But just going to move up, establish the front line.
Play around the Careless Talk.
The
Now we
Marder,
might see this
really
react.
powerful here, but TB has the answer. Puts down the Panzer III F, able to trade without offering Artemisia any card draw. Flampanzer's a strong option here. You are able to go Flampanzer plus the Careless Talk. This Careless Talk still looks like it's relatively strong as it may hit something powerful. TB needs to put down the Greyhound before the autocannon. And do they sense it? If autocannon comes out first, it's a huge hit to your game plan.
I mean, Artemisia hit these Careless Talks really well so far, with turn 2 having 1 credit left after playing Type 94. Now 1 credit left after playing the Flampanzer. So it could have easily not been seen, but TB, with all the experience they have, just, yeah, seeing what might come there and really well protecting this autocannon now.
Now, Stutzen is online. You may not want to go for it yet, as pinning this autocannon might be your priority. The more attacks TB gets from this autocannon, the worse you feel here if you're Artemisia. Considering just going for the infantry, I'd be surprised to not see the pin on the autocannon though, possibly waiting to try and find a second Type 94 so that you can double pin and kill it. I'm just concerned at Artemisia's ability to reach this backline and kill this autocannon.
Yeah, really needs the second Type 94. I don't want to utilize a Comet for this. This is only when you're really desperate, but not at this point so far. Might push up the Panzer III F. Do you go face here or do you attack the...
I think you have to go face. Putting Artemisia down to 13 means this Blitzkrieg is really, really scary at closing out this game.
There we go.
Looks like
Now
we're going to see
good.
the Stutzen.
Good shits in the target here.
There's 3 damage to TB and leaves a 5-5 on the board, which is quite scary here. However, TB, they can go half-track Red Devils to the front line. That will leave them with the credits to hit face with the autocannon if they desire. Now, you're in a difficult position here with your TB. Do you try and trade with the board, or do you just try to end the game as quickly as possible? If you try to end the game, you're going all in on that, and you know Artemisia has some pin in hand, which really slows you down. However, Artemisia's got a heavier deck than you. If you try to trade on value, there's a good chance they're just going to beat you. Has to make a bit of a difficult decision. But with these 2
Might
pings from the
face
autocannon as
good.
well,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
5 damage to face this turn. Artemisia down to 8. Blitzkrieg looking at really, really powerful here.
So after Artemisia trades into the front line, they also need to pin one of these units, otherwise they might die to the Blitzkrieg and attack with the autocannon.
Any blitz tank for TB is most likely to be GG. You want a cheap one, however, if you do find an expensive one, you have 8 credits, you'll still better hit face with it and hold back the Blitzkrieg. And you should better win the game without even bothering using the Blitzkrieg.
Oh, okay, there's the pin preventing the Blitzkrieg kill here. But what is the top deck? Any blitz tank, as Bubble said, is lethal here for TB. I think Panzer 3... that big
Even
one,
if you
that
find
is
one of the
killing them.
Panzer IIIs and you can't end the game this turn, I think you commit to the Blitzkrieg. Drop the Greif, get the 1 damage in, commit to the Blitzkrieg, get Artemisia as low as possible, and hope that you can win the game through these autocannon pings. Unfortunately for TB, Artemisia does have Comet in hand. Unfortunately for Artemisia, Comet is a really expensive way of answering an autocannon.
I mean, better than dying. It's the only option. You cannot go
It is.
Phantom Age first.
It is certainly better than dying. Now, things TB is looking for, not a support column. There is Enigma in the deck. There is Marder in the deck. There's a lot of Blitz tanks in the deck. There's a lot of tools still available for TB that might close out this game. However, they are on a really, really short clock, and they need to finish the game quickly because Artemisia will end this game in 2 or 3 turns.
Yeah, I mean, what can they really find here?
I mean, Enigma is most likely too little now.
Yeah.
Marder also too little, not going to be able to offer them anything, and that looks like Artemisia is going to take game 1. TB putting up a strong fight, but not being able to quite follow through with their early aggression. Those careless talks from Artemisia, really useful, but when TB played around them properly, they were almost able to take that one. And that Comet was really the saving grace there for Artemisia. Without a Comet in hand, TB would have been able to end that game with the autocannon. And this is such a strong artillery piece that it can win the game almost on its own.
Yeah, and as I said in the early game, what you really don't want to do is trade a Comet into this, but at this point was the only option and actually the winning option there. TB running out of stuff, but now a new try, and he switched to Soviets.
Yeah, so we have Jagro against Tony OTK.
Finally, we see that one in action. I'm excited to see how this deck plays and yeah, what it's able to do once it pops off.
Now, Zhukov on Brinks Irregulars is actually really powerful against Jagro because when this Brinks Irregulars has 1 attack, it becomes very difficult for Jagro to trade into it. However, you're not going to be contesting the board quite as much, and this means Artemisia is going to be able to get this draw off, and that's just going to offer them so much value. Now, you see TP playing the 0-6 this turn. This is because the other one has Blitz and can be played and operated next turn.
Yeah, that's the thing I always do not keep track of, which of my units got hit by Zhukov. But a fairly good point here. We might see it this... Oh! I mean, can still go Briansk, but the Winter Warfare would have also been not too bad. Finding the IG. Artemisia has a lot of options here. Holy. And TB with by the sword in hand, really important.
Going to offer so much draw. I'm just concerned for TB at how you deal with these bombers once they're down. I think, you go for the draw 3. Dawn Operations and Tony.
Especially with IG and the Audacity in hand there.
But if TB finds a burst of fire, they're not far off winning this game.
I mean, yeah, still 3 more turns until the key auto deploys. But yeah, also a few guards, 1 more Bryansk Irregulars. Pretty good opening so far here for TB.
And I mean, this Winter Warfare is really good at buying time because it will clear all these things with 1 HP. The Type 93 is a really important target for it. Like you say, the bombers are going to be really difficult to answer, but it's fairly early in the game, and these bombers are expensive to operate. They may be too slow if TB can find a burst of fire.
Here comes the Audacity, dealing 4 damage. Because the IG gets buffed by Type 93.
Bloody Sickle off the top.
Instant
now, before you go for the Winter Warfare, you need to trade away the Irregulars. So they will die anyway. Goes for the Winter Warfare, draws a card off the recon, finds an Engineer.
Here's the board.
TB turns this around really quickly. Artemisia's aggressive push completely shut down. The second Aichi will no longer buff the other Aichi, which really a 2-2 bomber isn't quite as scary. You're scared of these Aichis when they stack up, and each one is hitting for 5.
I love that they hold back the 329s here, so they get value out of it. It's just an easy raiding brigade target when you deploy it this turn, and then you get nothing out of it. So good holding back here. And yeah, one. Yeah.
TB needs to get 1 damage onto this HQ from Artemisia. And I don't know if Artemisia realizes this or not, but 1 damage means a burst of fire Tony combo is lethal. It's got 5 attack, becomes 8 attack with the final push, and then 9 attack with the burst of fire. You hit in for 18. So TB really needs to find 1 point of damage, and then the chances are they'll be able to close out this game.
Or just one more final push. There's the BM.
BM will do that really, really well. However,
it's also very obvious if you don't trade here and just go face. But what can Artemisia do against it, right? Cannot stop this.
No, you can't stop it. Hits face.
He sees the line. I mean, why not? He probably mastered this deck.
Shenano is a strong find here for Artemisia, as Artemisia can hand dump and then go for the Shenano and do a huge amount of damage, possibly killing the BM. But I mean, look at this. TB is on 20 health, and it's turn 7. This is not what you want to see here if you're Jacro. And yes, you can finish the game very quickly, but really, you want your opponent to be far closer to death at this point in the game.
I just love how out of sudden there is so many new interesting OTK decks just coming into the tournament meta here. I just love it. And I just love how the deck variety the last weeks just increased, and everybody's just bringing really cool stuff. It's really interesting times. And
now, interestingly enough, Artemisia not putting down the Panzer 35T. Panzer 35T would do 3 damage to face for 2 credits, and the Aichi attack would do the same thing. So it's interesting to me that they take it this route instead. Now, TB has some good options. The hammer to kill the Sendai, get back the guard.
Can they afford to just
also
pass here?
I mean, you can get back the guard and go for the mobile defense. The issue is this Shenano hits you real hard if you do that. You can also just go mobile defense, put down the BM, and try and take out this Type 93. The Type 93 is doing a huge amount of damage to you. You're taking 2 extra damage a turn from the bicycle, and then 1 extra damage from each other unit on board. So it may be a priority for TB to kill that. We see TB not bothering to guard this artillery. There's really no reason to do so. So puts it out in the open. The only downside with this is Artemisia can bounce it for free. If you put it behind a guard, Artemisia can't bounce it. However, Bombing Raid does blow you out a huge amount. So I think it's sensible to play around the Bombing Raid. And it looks like we have to see a Shenano here, right? The question is just, do you attack with the Aichi first or not?
Probably not. Or another one. So that means no IG attack this turn.
Oh my god, so much of it is hitting face. Takes out the guards, hits face, puts TB down to 12 HP. TB, running out of time, needs to end this game.
Wait, they have it?
No burst of fire.
Oh yeah, no burst of fire, you're correct. Oh, then let's...
I mean, hold on. Plus 9 damage, you get 16 damage here from the Tony.
Yeah, but you need to play the Tony and then you don't have enough credits, right?
That is true. But if you get 1 damage to face, then you may be able to end the game soon.
So this BM, I think, has to go face now.
Can you afford to, though? Can you afford to go face over killing a Panzer 35T? Killing a bicycle? You're so low on health. But do you have any choice?
I think even double final push is not enough. It's +6, it's 11. No. Maybe waiting for a miracle here.
Well, hold on. 2 more final pushes on the BM. That would have done an extra 6 damage to face. Now that would have left Artemisia on 1 health. Because next turn, you can go for the Tony final push, hit for another 8. Artemisia survives on 1.
Maybe it's need to spend 1 final push on that BM this turn.
End.
And then would be
TB
at
needs a
12.
miracle off the top of the deck here.
Would still be
So
enough.
what can you find? Is a
Another
burst of fire enough? Burst of fire, you spend 6 credits on the key, 2 credits on the door on operation, 1 burst of
fire is
fire,
definitely enough. Yeah.
1 final push. There's
Oh.
another final push.
More final pushes. That needs.
Do you?
Unfortunately, the BM is guarded.
Hold on. But you can kill your own
can
BM,
draw.
heal for 2, and draw a card. I think you've got to heal this turn in one way or another.
Yeah, you need to find a burst of fire. Then you probably have it.
I think it's important to kill your own BM and heal.
Oh, even going for that one. Great periodic is not really helping. Oh, that was really a close one.
Yeah,
I think it had to be double final push on that BM. Then Artemisia would be at 9 right now, and then could have closed it with key plus 2 final push this turn.
we didn't know about the last final push.
Yeah,
I think you
you're correct.
needed to.
Yeah.
I think you needed to kill the BM and prioritize the health over anything else. And Artemisia gonna take game 2, getting an early 2-0 lead against TB. Now
really a
TB
close one.
up
If one of
against
these
the
final
wall.
pushes would have been a burst of fire, TB would have had it. But finding 4 copies of final push is really unfortunate here. But one more chance, and Artemisia 1 win away from advancing to the semi-finals. And yeah, just play this tomorrow. So if you're TB, what are you doing
now,
here?
Yeah, you're up against Brits, which have traditionally been a difficult deck to combo kill. Goes for the front line. Oh no, so for the ramp. I think this is sensible. You can often out-ramp Britain. Now, it might be difficult to close out the game against Britain because they have things like Uprising, but you are going to have far more value than they are. I am concerned about the draw difference. Artemisia is going to be able to draw a lot of cards, TB is not, and while you get better value from each of your cards... Oh, it's this. I mistook the fighter for the one which clears something from the front line. This is the P51B, which has a destruction effect, which draws you cards and buffs your units. So it does help a little bit with the card draw.
Valuing the Skytrain more than 5th Rangers in the front line here. Ooh, this is a big... This is an annoying unit here for TB to deal
It's
with.
really annoying. It might be worth it to 5th Rangers the front line and hold back the engineers so that you can buff the 5th Rangers next turn.
Could also go attack in the colonies and then United We Stand. This could...
You can do, but if you can, you want to... Yeah, I suppose. Just the ramp is awkward here because Artemisia, unlike most aggressive decks, is really able to take advantage of the ramp as well. A lot of the aggressive decks, they empty their hand, like against Jaguar, it's not as important. If you can get... Oh my god, goes for a 10-8.
10-8.
The stats. Just going to see a Plan West come down.
Ooh, and once these units push up, this 1-5 is giving them all +1/+1 now. And suddenly, those 2 legions can trade away your 10-8.
Is that what it did? I thought it did. I thought it gets +1/+1 with something else moving to the... Yeah, when an enemy unit moves to the front line.
Once
Okay,
TB
when
pushes
TB
up,
moves to the front line. So I thought you meant when Artemisia pushes the front line.
Oh, no.
I mean, this is getting awkward here. This Karas has to die. You cannot push the front line and buff a bomber. If you do so, you're signing up for death.
So we might see the United We Stand on that one then.
If you can get this P51 down, it could be very impactful on the board. If you can buff a Skytrain and all the little guys it's spitting out, that can be huge.
Yeah, but to do that, you need space in the support line. So you need to move something up, and then
You gotta move this 5th Rangers up, surely.
guess what is happening?
Yeah, you take out the Cuirass, push up the 5th Rangers, and I think, do you just leave it there? Yeah, just leave it there.
I think we just see the full potential of this Polish guard.
It's
in this
really been
game.
putting TB in an awkward position. You need to move up to kill it. And if you move up to kill it, it's harder to kill.
Yeah, especially if your opponent just stacks more units next to it, and they're also just getting +1/+1 for each unit you move up.
I mean, it's one of the downsides of TB not really having direct removal. You have to trade it out with the units. However, if Artemisia doesn't double trade, TB will finally be able to kill that unit, and it looks like that's going to be an option here for TB. And then I'd be surprised if we don't see TB rush the front line, try to finally start using these units before they get cleared, because they're going to die soon. You know they're going to die soon. This Brit deck has so much AoE. You want to get value out of them before they do so. Now, I believe we've had 3 Polish units die. The Cuirass, 1 Legion, and the Guard. So currently 3 damage to everything is on the table for Artemisia, but really you want to save this when it's doing far more. Artemisia has a huge hand and definitely needs to use some of the resources. However, no problem doing so, trading away really effectively. This looks huge, but Artemisia's got an Ultra. You cannot let this get Ultra. This is one of the biggest cards in this matchup. You need to play around Ultra.
Huge find, but TB just... Yeah,
You
knowing
can't
what
afford to.
Artemisia is up to, yeah, you can't spend 9 credits and then just run into an Ultra. So you kind of just trade your units here, hold that one back for later, because Artemisia definitely has tools in the deck and in hand to just, develop another strong support line here. As long as you have units, just utilize your units to trade those units away and save the naval engagement for later.
So one of the nice things here for TB is the AoE in Artemisia's deck is 2 carpet bombings and 2 uprisings, which means there's no monsoon supply shortage combo. Once you've seen both uprisings come out, which you may not see for a while, you can then play around carpet bombing, which is not that difficult for ramp to get around. Now we see both players having fairly large boards, so uprising may not be the best card ever, doing 3 damage to everything. It's not enough to clear the board. But Artemisia is starting to fall behind as well on the board, so they're going to need to do something to buy themselves some time out of this situation. I don't hate the carpet bombing, but it doesn't do too much on its own. I mean, you can kill the Sky Train, finally. That thing has given TB so much value. But TB now is going to be able to clear their fighter and buff anything left on the board.
And I think this match is just a good example, like how YTB just
goes for it
the past turn.
The Ultra's not up, goes for the naval engagement, clears the back line, heals their fighter in the process. Not the biggest naval engagement, of a TB possibly recognizing that it may be the best they can take. With things like Blackwatch and Ultra, it's not always going to be a reasonable option, so maybe just saying, I'm going to use this while I can.
Yeah, and also healed back the P51 back to full health. So it could have definitely been worse.
I don't know if you can play your line for a day on this. You need to save it for the Tano regiments. I don't think it's worth it. Same with the strap bombing. You kind of need to hold on to the strap bombing for as long as possible to fight this Cuirass. So I think you just hit for 6 and pass back the turn. Especially that you're not going to get any face damage after playing for the line for a day, and it's so good at dealing with these Tarnos, which is really Artemisia's long game. Not going for the trade. That's a fairly good order to copy. It's not the best ever, but it's fairly nice. You're happy with it. There isn't Commonwealth available, for Artemisia, so you're not going to be able to use it for Commonwealth, but it's nice to have a little bit of extra targeted removal. It just gives you more options when your AoE isn't going to cut it. But pretty awkward position here still for Artemisia. You don't
How
really
much
want to
damage
move
is the
this guard
Uprising
up.
dealing?
Uprising is dealing 4 damage, I believe.
Cars 2.
2 legions, Cuirass, and the guard.
Okay, that's not good enough to clear these.
It's not good
obviously.
enough. You want this to essentially be to the last man. This is put in here to be extra to the last man's, as well as a way of getting like an early carpet bombing against aggressive decks.
Yeah, what I wanted to mention earlier, it's just insane how completely different these matches go if the Brit player is not playing Monsoon Rod Supply Shortage. Like, look how YTB goes into this, and it's just a complete different game. While both players are not just playing one unit at a time to force out removal. I just like how it's just way more tempo and way more, aggression for both players.
TB pops the Ultra, clears the guard, and hits face for 11 damage. Artemisia down to 12. Ultra is gone. So there is no more shenanigans here from Artemisia. So when you're playing an order, you're playing an order.
So I think a Monty needs to come down here. No way to produce extra guards here. No Plan West, no Tano in hand.
I mean, yeah,
Uprising.
the Gren Guard isn't enough on its own. Gren Guards comes down, and TV can just go strategic bombing and clear the Gren Guards as well as the Wellington in one swift motion. And the lower you get, the more likely something is going to blitz out and kill you, because you know this B-17F is somewhere in TV's deck. You don't realize it's in their hand, but you know they have it somewhere. Now, currently, TV has Artemisia has info on 2 cards in TV's hand, the countermeasure and the fighter, either of which give particularly relevant information for Artemisia to play around.
Ooh, and there's the extra ramp that TV needs to go to 13 credits so he can blitz out the B-17F. Additionally, finds another 7th Alpini, which is not too helpful in this situation to get rid of the Sexton.
You could just ramp and push up a 5th Rangers. 5th Rangers is really nice for getting rid of Sexton. Just goes for the M4A one potentially, but Monty may be a really powerful move here for Artemisia. Buying them a lot of time, finds the Tano as well. Tano plus Monty going to allow Artemisia to start setting themselves up.
Yeah, that also makes the Uprising dealing more damage and makes it a really strong board clear as soon as all of these Polish units die in the future. Ooh,
however, Strat Bomb is going to do so much damage here, and Artemisia is still sitting only on 15 health. They'll go down to 12 from the Strat, and the B-17F is not that far from lethal. You just need to find 1 or 2 more Blitz cards, and you can close out this game. Or not even Blitz, or you just need to hit with 1 or 2 units, and you can close out this game.
Yeah, really enjoyable so far. I like this matchup, like this ramp archetype against control. We haven't seen this in a while, and yeah, quite a lot of big guys on the board here already. We haven't seen that one in years.
I mean, TB does have like the Hellcat in here, so and the Pathfinders. There's a lot of tools left in TB's deck.
There comes the strat bombing. And that's it. Activating countermeasure. Ooh, Churchill not too good here. Might still
no, but it may be the only real option. Does bounce 3 of these units.
Yeah, the Spitfire's pinned anyways.
Will cause a draw here. Now, I'd like to see Artemisia not hitting face with the Sexton, because if you do so, you just go for Artemisia. Yeah, if you don't hit face, TP overdraws. If you do hit face, TP doesn't. So don't hit face, just hit the Spitfire.
Wait, there's 8 cards in hand, right? Yeah, it's 8. Doesn't make a difference.
You are correct. I missed that day of kindergarten. I attended when we were counting to 8, and I attended counting to 10, but I missed counting to 9. So
Artemisia's overdrawing. They have 9 cards.
Yeah, but that's just legions for you.
Oh no, they're pushing up the Sexton to deny the overdraw. Interesting.
Now the 5th Rangers, which you are aware of, you've got the information of 5th Rangers in hand, as well as the P47. I think I'd prefer to see a 5th Rangers than a P47 here, as P47 can kill anything in the front line. You have a backup 5th Rangers as well. But you do free up this fighter, and it's gotten to the point of Artemisia where Carpet Bomb is still an option, but Uprising is not a strong option at the moment, as you're doing more damage to yourself than your opponent's board.
I would have loved to see holding back that P47 as a good answer to the Churchill or any big stuff. I would have utilized maybe the 5th Rangers.
Especially when you have a backup 5th Rangers to work with.
Yeah. But a fighter is also not too bad for just, have the ability to reach the opponent's backline and get rid of these legions before they grow out of control.
I would have also liked to see TV actually protecting both their fighters and not their HQ. You've got 27 HP and you've got more healing. I think protecting the fighters is more important than protecting the face, because right now this fighter gets killed and you're left with 1. I think 5 damage to face there doesn't upset you.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Oh, finds the B17. When have we seen a B17 last in an OCC? Especially in an OCC Ultimate.
If
Nice.
Artemisia goes for an Uprising, and TB responds afterwards with a B17F, Artemisia has to play another unit to target with Uprising. Which means Artemisia has to throw away another unit. Carpet Bomb comes out, so the only AoE left for in Artemisia's hand are these Uprisings, which will clear your board as well. So right now, whatever TB plays is likely to stick, and if it doesn't stick, Artemisia gets hurt by it as well.
I love to see B17F here. It just sets up lethal and forces your opponent to spend a big removal, which is very likely Uprising at this point.
The only problem is if Artemisia pushes the front line, the B17F is under threat. It also means you have more space in your support line to put legions in. I'd go as far to say at some point Artemisia probably wants to get this Jasko out of the way, because your support line is so valuable when you play legions. Goes Blackwash to the front line, that's not enough to pressure the B17 on its own. I'd like to see B17F too.
Like, what other option? I can push out an 8/8 to get rid of the Blackwatch. But is this ever good enough?
I don't think you're fussed about it. Now, B17F is killable with the Lancaster and the Blackwatch. However, TB just deciding to go for the stats on board, not worry too much. Oh, it is worth noting Jasko's on board, of course. So you don't set up lethal.
Yeah, correct. Would only been 5 damage.
Is this going to be an Uprising?
That is hurting Artemisia at least as much as TB. No, not yet. Finds the sincerely yours.
We do have to remember, Artemisia does have to win this game. They've got to do more than just not die. They have to kill TB, which may prove to be difficult. The B17 is the Lancaster is a really good way of doing it, but TB does have plenty of ways of fighting back against it. There's a lot of fighters in the deck, as well as a lot of bombers with deployment effects or blitz like the B17F.
And there comes the Jasko to the front line.
Oh, the night bombing. Going to randomly rearrange all units on the board. Hopefully for TB, it's going to put some things in the front line to trade away with.
One of the best animations in the game.
Oh look, the Tano's not guarded! You can kill the Tano! It comes up, not guarded. And it's an easy trade for TB. Going for the United We Stand over the trade with the 5th Rangers. Slightly surprising, as I would have assumed you wanted to hold on to that, because it's just not particularly relevant there. Unless there's something TB is playing around with these 14 credits. Maybe putting down the Alpini, trading with both units on board. Comes to and that comes to 12.
Look how thin Artemisia's deck already is.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Artemisia does have to win the game, which is proving to be difficult against this ramp deck because there's just so many threats here that you're using all your cards to fight back against threats, and TP having a whale of a time deploying big unit after big unit.
Artemisia's suddenly back to 25 health with this sincerely used honey combo.
You know, there's no Commonwealth. You've used Wellington. You've got Lancaster still, which is nice. But, I mean, even if... And this is a good point, actually, about going to 14 credits. Even if Lancaster blitzes out and hits your HQ, you can instantly respond with the B-17F.
Maybe thinking about getting rid of the legions as long as they're tradable, but not doing it at this point. Evasive action. That can be huge against the B-17.
Yeah, but if an Engineers comes out...
Then it's not that great.
And so long as you've got 3 credits to spare, there's no reason not to play the Engineers first. Here comes an Uprising. No.
No.
It should clear everything, right? There's been more than 7 Polish units died this game.
Yeah, at this point, definitely, yeah.
I think it's like 9 or something. So it will clear the board.
You can also just trade these legions into the 6/6 and the front. I don't think that Uprising is.
I mean, I guess Grand Guards plus evasive action to try and protect it from the B-17, but
Look,
TB
doing
has
double
a plan.
guard
No,
duty here.
TB
No.
forgets about the evasive. It doesn't go for the Engineers first and gets punished for doing so. Now, Artemisia still in a difficult position. TB did lose a whole bunch of tempo. However, that doesn't mean they're winning.
That's what I call.
Arno is a
easy
strong
protection
card,
here.
but with this few cards left in deck, you're just going to end up burning yourself out to fatigue. And line for a day, saving TB's position here, because this is going to be able to clear the Grand Guards. You don't have to throw away the Hellcat. However, we may just see Lion for a day on the Tano. And this is no more cards left for Artemisia.
Oh my
TB
God.
taking this game, there is no way left for Artemisia to win this game. You don't have the tools to kill TB. And TB has so many answers left. Look at that, TB killing all the units, saying, what are you going to kill me with?
That Lancaster has to carry now.
Yeah, but this B-17F adds a random card to hand, gets the B-17F,
What in the world?
has the credits to play it because they have the 13 credit mark need to play it. But you are on fatigue damage. You have to finish this game really, really quickly. And TB has a Jasko, has the countermeasure for the guard, has healing, 3 damage to face, and TB is able to pressure more damage to face as well. Artemisia, even with taking the B-17F, I don't think it's going to be enough for them to close up this game. And it looks like TB is going to be taking this.
Ooh, not even blitzing out the Lancaster and gave up.
No, just
they just
passing. Go next.
Yeah, insane.
And
how
this
TB could
is-
just deal with all of these legions and just too much value in the deck.
I mean, TB now has to decide what is more likely to win this, OTK or Heinz. Both of them can be difficult. Heinz has the possibility of just going really, really quickly, but Artemisia does have plenty of good aggressive tools.
Yeah, especially the 35th that we just saw.
There isn't that much healing, though, in Artemisia's deck. You've got the honeys, and that's about it. Gonna go for the Heinz, fancies the tanks.
Ooh, pretty aggressive start here. 2-1.
Oh, but look at this
Oh.
potential hand here for Artemisia. So many options.
35th in hand. That is a really good option against the Heinz deck.
Carpet bombing may be a little bit too slow. Evasive action could be potentially really powerful at stopping something like a Panzer 3F. This deployment effect of buffing your tanks. Support column, a really strong find here, as this is going to allow TB to play far, far quicker than they would be able to otherwise. Not really able to utilize anything from it this turn, other than moving up. But you can't do face damage with it this turn, I mean. And this offers TB so much more gas. Whirlwind, this is going to allow TB to do 5 damage to HQ this turn, moving really, really quickly. Artemisia is going to need to find some defensive tools very quickly. And I worry about these legions. They're very easy trades here for TB. If you had a Marder here, it would be beautiful. Otherwise, it's just going to be nice trades. Hellcat, though, can come out, and you can continue to put 5 damage into face. Enigma. So many good options here for TB. Goes for the Hellcat, hits face for 5.
Look at the support column. This card is
doing
broken
so
in
much
these
work.
situations. Holy moly.
Puts up another evasive action, but it's not doing enough. I mean, there's a lot of potential cards here for TB. Kitty Hawk gets pinned. I mean, do you just Red Devil's Enigma? Redraw the whole deck? Goes for the Enigma first. Doesn't value the extra card over the extra face damage. Going for the Engineers is interesting. I feel like if you're going to deploy a unit, you should have deployed the Red Devils first. It's face for 5. Artemisia down to 5 HP.
Oh,
Monty
the
off the
Monty.
top. However, if they don't guard up, they could die anyway. There's a chance they go for the honey into the Monty line to try and get the most out of this Monty and start healing up. No, go for the plan West. Take it sensible. Doesn't go for the Monty this turn. And wait a minute. No Monty
No Monty?
means TB takes this game.
No.
No, the evasive stops it. TB is so close to finishing this game. You can put up the Greyhound this turn as well. This gets +1/+1 from the Engineers. This will hit for 3 as well. Can clear both the guards, hit face for another 2 damage, put Artemisia down to 3 HP.
These evasive actions. TB not really expecting those every time. Or kind of expecting them, but not really
Not much you
playing
can do.
around them much, yeah.
Now, going to be able to go for the Monty plus the Honey. Has the guard available as well as the Ultra, but I think you have to go for the guard because there's just so many blitz options here for TB. Nice thing about this guard as well is whenever TB tries to rush the front line with more units, everything's going to get buffed. You're going to be able to start trading into TB's things.
Oh.
Blitzkrieg, potentially a very powerful find here. Now, for TB, you just need to get units on the board, but you see what's sitting there in the bottom corner of Artemisia's hand, waiting for its opportunity. This carpet bomb could be the nail in TB's coffin. They had such a strong aggressive start here, and they were so close to finishing this game, but Artemisia again holding on by a thread and going to better just clear this board.
Oh, finds another half track, but that carpet bombing will be really...
Well, hold on.
Wait, that's it, right?
Half track, Greyhound to the front line,
It's exactly...
but the healing from the honey puts Artemisia 1 away from lethal again.
Oh my god, another Panzer 2A.
This honey saving Artemisia's skin, putting them 1 above lethal.
Did TB
TB
not
has to decide,
account that?
do I take out the honey or do I go face?
I think TB was sure that this was lethal. It played it really fast.
Potentially, TB may have just miscalculated and forgotten about this honey. And now Artemisia really swinging this about. I don't want to see a Grenadier guards. You need more than 1 guard because if another half track comes out, you're in trouble. If a Jag Bomber comes out, you're in trouble. You need to be protecting yourself with more than one guard here. But do you need to get this Ultra down? I personally, Ultra and then go for this plan West. Get 2 guards down. Yes, TB can trade into them. Yes, TB has a Marder, but if a Jag Bomber comes up here, you lose the game. Protect yourself the best you can.
Yeah. Activate Ultra.
I mean, you can even go Honey to the front line.
And still activate the Ultra, yeah?
Yep. You have a backup Honey, but saying, you know what, you can come and get the Honey.
And now TB has to get some good cards out of this Marder draw.
Autocannon, a very good
Oh,
one off lethal again.
drop. Oh,
One damage off, 1 credit off. TB has been so close to finishing these games. They're going to give Artemisia an extra point of healing with Spoils of War. Artemisia goes up to 3 HP.
Oh my.
Sincerely Yours plus Honey going to put Artemisia miles away from lethal. And this looks like Artemisia's defense has been enough to withhold the aggression here from TB. And
First of all, 1 damage off, then 1 credit off.
so close.
Also in the first game, really close, just making this deck being successful. Oh, what a pain. What a pain. But I think it's over at this point. I don't see how TB fights back into this. Yeah, just passing the turn. Not sure what they're... Yeah, what can TB draw here? Enigma is not helping you at all. I think this one is over. Artemisia just stacks unit after unit, and these honeys are just providing so much healing now. Oh my god,
And that's got to be it. It's got to be game. Doesn't matter how many little tanks you have now. Just a little bit too late.
one more credit. Or if that Heinkel would have been another 1 drop, also would have been lethal.
They put in so much work, but Artemisia's defense was so solid. And, you know, holding back the Monty, being really, really cautious, and Artemisia playing masterfully when it comes to defense here. And we saw this deck struggle against ramp, but this is the environment this deck is meant to be in. And look at this, Artemisia putting down their own autocannon. And when Artemisia's in the matchup they planned for, it's a lot easier for them.
3F, but this is all not good enough.
This matchup has just been an unstoppable force against an immovable object, and it turns out the immovable object is stronger. And that's going to be... It's got to be game, right? There's nothing you can...
No, there's nothing that TB can find. Even Enigma is not...
Yeah, there you go.
Lethal. Oh my god. Yeah, very dominant and very unfortunate for TB. 2 times with this fast Heinz deck. And yeah, congrats to Artemisia to advancing in the semifinals. We will see them again tomorrow. And yeah, I mean, at least TB has a day off tomorrow. Also not too bad.
Get your Sunday back. Not a bad plan. Bubbles, you said when this Legion deck gets in the right matchup. Can you break that down a little bit more? What are they looking for? What is Artemisia looking for in that matchup?
So we saw Artemisia's game plan very clearly in that matchup is to be super, super defensive. You've got lots of cheap guards. You've got lots of cheap ways of defending yourself. And you also have things which punish your opponent's actions when they're aggressive decks. We saw things like evasive action, which are really good at punishing people trying to maximize their damage. You know, I can put a 35T here. I can put this here. And that actually just breaks up their combo and breaks up their game plan really, really nicely. And then we also saw this 1-5 guard. Whenever TP pushed anything to the front line, all of Artemisia's board was getting buffed. Their honeys getting buffed, more difficult for you to get rid of their healing. And we saw it where TB had this really difficult decision. I have a 3-4 tank, but if I trade into the honey, my tank dies as well, which is not a situation you're normally in. So this deck really good at being defensive. And then to close out the game, it just wins by not dying. if that makes sense. Your opponent's deck is very aggressive and you win by not dying. One of the issues was when we saw this in a matchup it's not built for, which is against ramp, not dying isn't enough. You need to pressure ramp, you need to kill it because they have such insane value cards that we saw not being able to close out the game and Artemisia dying to fatigue. So against anything aggressive, this is really, really nice. It might suffer a bit versus frontline, but again, it's got a lot of nice anti-aggro tools. But against something which is slower, a more control deck or a more ramp deck, it just struggles a little bit.
And so we're going to see Artemisia go on to tomorrow. And we're also going to see the two of you tomorrow. So thank you both for the phenomenal cast today. We will see you tomorrow for the semifinals. Let's bring up the bracket here and get us caught up before we get into our last quarterfinal matchup for the day. So there you have 3 of our 4 semifinalists. We have XY Zai loser going up against Bezio. Artemisia just punched their ticket to day 2. All of these wins being 3-1. We've got Gorg going up against Tang Tang in our final matchup here as we bring back Starry and Berto for this 4th quarterfinal before we get into the real action tomorrow where real big bucks are on the line. That's actually not true. Everybody showing up today gets a minimum of $125. Not bad at all. Starry, we saw the return of Legions, which we haven't seen in a minute. It seemed to perform fairly well. Is this something that might become a bit more of a staple in the short term until the expansion hits?
It could be. I think it has a strong matchup versus decks like Frontline and Jagro, but kind of struggles into control matchups. It doesn't use a lot of removal, and so like if your guard units aren't enough to prevent your opponent from winning, then it can be kind of hit or miss, but it can be really strong in some matchups.
And Berto, it seems like everybody's trying to figure out what that last deck or maybe 3rd and 4th deck should be in an event like this, right? We've seen a lot of Jagro, we see Frontline. This like German mid-range thing is popping up more and more, but then you've got like Legion cycling through, you got Bridley cycling through, you've got some other control decks. Is it really just a question of, hey, if I guess the meta right and kind of bring that 4th or maybe 3rd deck that really counters it, I'm in a good spot? Or is there more to it than that?
Yeah, there's a little bit of meta prediction going on when you make those decisions, but at the same time, it's also just really hard to figure out what deck is just the best deck overall. And lots of different players have different opinions about that. I mean, people are agreed, Jagro Frontline, both very strong, very formidable decks. But then, you have some pretty opinionated people about, oh, this deck is incredible, or oh, that deck is trash. And it's hard to get enough games in to have the statistics of like 100, 200 games to say like, okay, this deck is really good. These are the matchups it's good against. These are the ones where it's a little bit weaker. And it's hard to formulate that.
And we may never really find out the true answer of which is the best kind of lineup to bring because we've got a new expansion coming out in a couple of weeks. But before we get there, we have our 4th quarterfinal. We've got Gorg taking on Tang Tang. So let's get into the player cards here and find out a little bit more about our competitors. There you have Gorg. Almost 10,000 matches played, 63% win rate, coming in 3rd with their ultimate rank here for the OCC Ultimate. Let's dive into the lineup. Starry, what is Gorg equipped with for their quarterfinal match?
Gorg's first deck is a Japan-Germany Jagro list. It's playing 4 copies of Expansion, 2 copies of Shetson, no copies of Enigma. So those 4 expansions are going to be really key. Getting those off are going to be Gorg's primary way of winning out against those value matchups, especially given that there's no cards like Shiden that could be coming down late. So this list is pretty standard for the time being, but 4 expansions, it can be really hit or miss. Gotta really make sure that you get those off. The next list is the Germany-Japan list that we've been seeing a lot today. And the Arado package, which I think seems to be the thing that changes the most between different decks. For this list is 1 Admiral Hipper and 2 Southern Plan. And it's playing all of the copies of Cavalry Regiment and all the copies of, Type 94 and most of the copies of Type 93. So it is leaning more towards the aggressive list, nothing like Leopold like we've seen in some other lists for today. And this seems to be the list that's catching on the most. Then we have a Britain, Japan, Commonwealth deck um, involving some really interesting cards like 4 copies of Welsh Guards, 2 copies of Delaying Tactics, Stiff Upper Lip. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. There's some elements of Pin, there's some elements of Guard, there's diplomatic attaches. There's all sorts of stuff going on with this deck, but the one thing that I know for sure is that this deck wants to win with Commonwealth. They want to prevent the opponent from getting in at all. That's why those Welsh Guards are in there, those delaying tactics. And yeah, curious to see how that works. If you get the turn 1 Welsh Guards into the turn 2 Stiff Upper Lip, that's a pretty good 1-2 punch. And then the last deck is a US Germany frontline list, of course, and we've been seeing this all day. This list is playing 1 copy of Stars and Stripes as well as 1 copy of Sudden Strike, and even 1 copy of Through the Breach. Definitely more answers for your opponent's defensive measures than some of the other lists we've seen today. Cutting a Greyhound, only playing 2 copies of Greyhound, and I am definitely curious to see how this one's going to work out. This is kind of the complete opposite philosophy that we've seen to some of the frontline decks from earlier. So I guess we'll see, which version is the best.
Thank you so much, Starry. Let's take a look at Gorg's opponent, Tang Tang here. Again, no stranger to the OCC, 16,000 matches, solid 70% win rate, qualifying 6th for today's event. Let's show their lineup and let's have Berto kind of walk us through what we see here.
Right. So I do wonder if these players actually practiced a little bit together, because you see in this Jagro list, Tang Tang is also running 2 copies of Seventh Destruction. And if you look at the frontline list, we have the 1 copy of Sudden Strike, we have the 1 copy of Through the Breach, we have the Stars and Stripes and Strategic Bombing. So these lists are very similar, if not identical. Really, it's the same lineup. You have Jagro, you have the German Credit Denial, you have the Pin Commonwealth, and you have the frontline list. There's not much more to say that Starry hasn't said already.
Well, look at you, Berto. Made your job real easy on you.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's bring up the ban screen then and see if they mirrored each other on the ban as well, but they did not. So Gorg's frontline list is going to be banned here, whereas Tang Tang's losing that Commonwealth pin thing that's that they've got going on here. Starry, you walked us through the list. You said that Brit, Japan, Commonwealth had a little bit of a mix of different things here. What would Gorg's logic be in banning this?
I have no idea. Both of these players are running, to my knowledge, the exact same lists. I looked briefly over both of them. I couldn't figure out a difference. And the fact that they both didn't ban the same list is really surprising to me. And given how bizarre this Commonwealth list is, I don't really know what it does. It's definitely a bit weird. So clearly they've practiced the matchups a lot more than we have. We're just looking at these for the first time. This deck is definitely something more interesting that we haven't seen before. So clearly something's going on.
Well, lucky Berto again, really making it easy on him during this analysis phase as we get into our 4th quarterfinal here for the OCC Ultimate 3.
Yeah, so we will get to see this pin deck work its magic. A little bit of a slower start for Gorg here. None of the sorry, I forgot the name of the one drop somehow.
Welsh Guards?
Welsh Guards, exactly. Thank you. Missing out on the Welsh Guards, which is slightly sad, but you do have these 24th Cavalry regiments.
Yeah, you only have 2 copies of them, which is worth noting. So definitely not the full stack that we see in some decks.
And
Yeah,
Tang Tang,
I'm curious if maybe these players in practicing know which decks the other is most comfortable in. Maybe that has something to do with the bans.
playing Honey here seems insane to me. That's the only copy of Honey in Gorg's entire deck. And there's not a lot of healing here. It's more dedicated to the pin strategy. So
it's kind of crazy that a deck that's basically can't win aside from Commonwealth only plays one copy of Honey. That's basically unheard of.
yeah, I played against this deck quite a few times in top 32. It seemed to really make some waves in the Chinese community, although it's taken a little longer for Western players to become as aware of it. But what I have found in the matchup is that if you get in this early damage, and it can be really, really hard for this deck to come back, because you don't need to kill them. You just need to bring them to deal enough damage that they're not able to Commonwealth, and then the game's pretty much over, unless they can
Exactly.
stick a Wellington or something for a really long time to get damage
Yeah,
through.
which not against frontline. Not happening. Using these diplomatic attaches as removal is something that we haven't seen at the competitive level so far. I really love it. Diplomatic attache, I think I mentioned this last week, is probably my favorite card out of Brothers in Arms. And using it as removal instead of specifically for your combo is something that we haven't gotten to see yet.
Yeah, and the diplomatic attaché does get to sort of work double duty in this deck because, sometimes your opponent heals a little bit over
Exactly.
20, they play a we can do it or something, and you need just like the little bit extra from Wellington or diplomatic attaché. But you also have the flexibility to use it in the early game, like we see here.
Yeah, I really enjoy this card. Gorg is really barely hanging on here, but I guess I believe Tang Tang only plays one copy of Blitzkrieg. Yeah, only one copy of Blitzkrieg, so Gorg can rest easy that if you don't see damage on board, if your opponent doesn't have units in the front line, then the possibilities for damage are going to be significantly decreased.
And the nice thing about checking the deck lists in this matchup is you don't even need to switch between players. You can just
It's
take a look
funny.
either way.
It's funny you say that because I wasn't even checking Tang Tang's deck list. I was checking Gorg's deck list. Yeah, I don't know if, at least in my time, since I started casting, I don't think that I have ever seen a 100% mirror match like this.
Yeah, usually, well, often, even when players work together, there's still one point that people can't quite agree on. Like, if somebody is playing through the breach and the other person prefers dive bombing in the same slot. I find that really common when I work with J-King, for example. Now, we do see this pin deck really start to work its magic and get into the positions that you really want, with these Suseis on 3 units on one side and then using one other option for pin on the other side, and just locking your opponent out of the game. I don't think Gork has enough healing left to get to Commonwealth, but this is 7 damage on board.
Pushing up the Suisses, that is a play that is not often seen, but it makes sense in this position.
And Gork's going for draw instead of the 3 damage to the HQ, which I find a little curious. I also think that Tang Tang was quite Oh?
Wow. Yeah, Tang Tang decided, Gork's pin was enough that they felt that they needed to concede. I'm not sure if I agree, as Gork didn't have the AA barrages necessary to start recycling those pins. It looked like Gork was really running out of fuel there.
Yeah, no more AA barrages, no Suseis in hand. Gork could have bricked, and Tang Tang would have stayed in that game.
And frankly, even if Tang Tang didn't manage to get those last couple of points of damage, you know, Gorg is the one that has the challenge of trying to get to 30. Like, dealing 23 damage to your opponent's HQ on a pin deck is not an easy feat.
Yeah, I think that ship had sailed. I think Tang Tang was looking at the like 9 damage on board, I think it was, and it's like, okay, well, over 2 turns I just die from getting hit, and I already used the strategic bombing. But you still have a Stars and Stripes in your deck. You can still draw that. You can still potentially deal with the Wellington and the Suseis in the back line.
Yeah, so Tang Tang didn't push up the 164th on the first turn to prevent the trade out, which I really like, especially when you have that turn 2 play on the PIR. I think that's really nice.
And deciding to get the buff onto the PIR, which is interesting. It does still die to 15th Cavalry. You could have played Greyhound first, potentially, to try and get a 2/4 Greyhound if you think that the 4/3 PIR is better.
I liked that better too. I was actually really surprised to see Tang Tang not trying to take the 50-50 on the Greyhound. But Tang Tang's gonna get a really nice trade with this Whipwand.
Yeah, and an early double surprise attack here from Gorg, rather than trading out. Will give Tang Tang some good value on this 5th Rangers. Ooh, and that's a big draw for Tang Tang. Right when you need the Sherman. The floating Sherman, it looks like.
Yeah, interesting. If only the US had actually figured out how to pioneer floating, like flying tanks. What a menace that would have been for the Axis.
Truly. I'm a little surprised to see this 5th Rangers hit the HQ rather than trade. It makes some sense with the Blitzkrieg in your hand, but there is a lot of bounce from Gorg. Well, there's 2 main bounce cards on 5. There's the Jagdbomber and Admiral Hipper, both of which Gorg would be quite happy to play on this 5/5 5th Rangers. So you could play around that a little bit by trading into the 2/4. But with the Blitzkrieg, Tang Tang decides that he likes the pressure.
Yeah, and so here's the problem is that on one hand, Gork has a handful of 15 cavalries, and 15 cavalry is not the most effective thing at trading, but those martyrs mean that when Gork starts trading those away, that hand is just going to completely refill.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a huge tempo swing. Because as it turns out, 1 credit for 2 damage is actually a really, really good return on the rate. That's a very good rate for damage.
Yeah, and if you draw a card, then it's like you're playing Awoken Giant, sort of.
Yeah, pretty much. You just get like better. Yeah, I mean like better Woken Giant.
There's the Admiral Hipper. No incredible target this turn for it. You don't want to really give more draw to your opponent on the Shermans, and targeting a 1-drop just isn't great.
The problem is that Gork just doesn't have the credits to make these trades happen, and Tang Tang is getting really close to a Blitzkrieg lethal.
Yeah, the main thing that holds Tang Tang back is that, it's still only turn 7, and these Shermans eat up a ton of credits when you try to operate them.
Yep. The 1 copy of Sudden Strike? What do you think about that? I mean, we've seen it every once in a while, throwing 1 copy of Sudden Strike in frontline, but I'm not really sure what it's for, especially in this meta. Maybe like for Bryansk regulars? I don't know.
Yeah, Bryansk regulars, and also in the mirror matchup, when somebody gets like a Red Devils or a Greyhound and gets a
With like a
99 on
99,
it,
yeah.
yeah, it can be an out for that. But I think really the meta where Sudden Strike was sort of being adopted by a lot of players was back when Air was meta.
Yeah. Yep.
Gork opts for the Admiral Hipper rather than double cavalry. Then clogs the front line instead of trading out the Jagdbomber into the 4-4. Lots of small decisions going on here.
Yeah, these are, I mean, these are critical turns right now. Gork is at a life total that, given that Tang Tang has Blitzkrieg, that life total is not looking super hot. And Tang Tang is really just trying to get a foothold here.
Yeah, but with the way Gork played it, Tang Tang might have to, operate his units a little more, but he does get to decide how every trade goes down, which
Yes, yep.
gives an advantage.
Yeah, and Gork, although, is getting the opportunity to take the front line, doesn't have any sort of HQ life, HQ defense pressure. And so if Gork doesn't start working on that HQ fast, I just don't know if that hand with, 15th and Martyrs is really gonna work in combating Tang Tang's Sherman, 5th Rangers, Half Track, Skytrain. I mean, those are really, really high value units.
Yeah, for sure. Gork holding up the Careless Talk, which will really get Tang Tang if he deploys Greyhound first here.
Which Tang Tang has to. Tang Tang has to deploy the Greyhound.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because you really want to Greyhound trade, move up Sherman, but you had the credits to play 22nd, and that's probably what you play as well, isn't it?
Maybe?
So I think that's a pretty big mistake from Tang Tang. I think that the 22nd there was totally playable to play around that outcome. And now Gork is just getting so many cards from this Martyr. Playing
Double
out another.
Martyr. Oh my gosh. The value train. That's gonna be hard for Tang Tang to fight back from. Kind of everything just switched with those Martyrs. Wow. Yeah, no, this is why Martyr was the most played card in the world. Like,
Yeah.
that card is absolutely insane. So strong. Triple Martyr field.
Yeah, there is a Brew the Breach for that Martyr in the back line, but doesn't feel so great. Your own Martyr is gonna just get killed by this auto Canona.
Yeah, but there's no other way around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a game.
And Gork electing to draw even more cards.
Yeah,
Although
at this point, what's most important is just pressure. Gork needs to start rebuilding a board, and quickly. If Gork doesn't keep the pressure up, then Tang Tang is gonna have the opportunity to go in for a Blitzkrieg.
And Tang Tang is also getting punished for his positioning, not playing the Martyr on the right side for the scenario that you get either this Engineers or the 1/2 that gets +2 attack for every adjacent unit.
Yep.
A very small mistake, but ends up being quite big here.
Yeah, in frontline, unless you are playing against a Japan deck that plays Sendai, which when you're playing open deck lists, you know exactly what they're playing. Unless you're playing against like Sendai, you always want to play all your stuff on the right side for Skytrain.
Bombing raid usually
Of course,
does
and bombing raid.
supersede the
Of course.
the general rule of playing things on the right side in US, but
Mhm. Sorry, I didn't mean Sendai because you don't play guards. Yep,
yeah.
bombing raid is what I meant.
It's so close to lethal here for Tang Tang.
Yeah, 2 off.
Just or 1 credit off.
Trading with the 22nd. Wow, that is not what I was expecting. I guess Tang Tang has decided that this game is still winnable from a value match.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if I agree, but it's possible, I suppose. I guess
he does have
both of Gorg's martyrs are gone, and Tang Tang still has 1 martyr left.
and a Sherman and a 22nd. It's not too crazy.
Yeah, maybe.
We do see the weakness of credit denial here, though. These Sovereign plans just not cutting it at this stage in the game. Pretty much 2 dead cards. And Gorg played both retreat orders. So, okay. I was going to say we could see a 8/8 Fifth Rangers. Wouldn't have been insane, but I do like the half track here as well.
And Tang Tang is keeping the Panzer back for potential Blitzkrieg plays in the future, which I like. Not getting too greedy.
A little bit of sad missed Skytrain value, but not a big deal.
I mean, the tempo play is definitely worth it when your opponent is at 10 and 3 of the units in their support line are just like not that big of a deal.
For sure. I just imagine it makes the Skytrain feel sad. Buffing
Well,
the
now
Skytrain.
he's happy. Happy
Yes.
Skytrain.
The Skytrain somehow
Redemption
has
arc.
found a way to attack.
Skytrain redemption arc. Yeah, Gorg managing to get the Flam Panzer in their front line is definitely relevant, and I
this has
think we're
got to
gonna
be
be
lethal.
I think we're gonna see.
Yeah, it's lethal.
Yep, that is in fact lethal. Oh, why are you? Is this BMing your opponent? Getting lethal with the Skytrain?
Maybe. Sometimes you try to click and drag on something and it's a little sticky as well. Hard to say.
It would be cool to see a Skytrain lethal. You don't get to see that every day.
All right, and the US getting crew for Tang Tang. That was a really tight match.
Yeah, and both players have either won or been banned with their US deck and Britain deck. So we're gonna see Jagro and Germany, Japan mid-range for the remainder of the games of this series. That score will be updated in just a second, but it is 1-1 for Gorg and Tang Tang. And Gorg is holding back the bicycle. I'm not really sure why.
It forces Tang Tang to play around the Panzer 35T, which I think is really smart.
Yep.
So this sort of denies Tang Tang the ability in some ways to play the Type 94 TK.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's really smart. Yeah, Jagro mirror matches are just so different from Jaggro in like every other matchup. Because in the mirror it's completely value based and a little bit based around signal as well. But for the most part value based, and in every other matchup Jaggro's the aggressor. And so like watching people play Jaggro for the value is definitely really interesting, especially in like a post Feign Retreat world.
And Tang Tang cannot be happy to see that type 93 for the value trade, because Tang Tang really needs that that Aichi to go down so that he's able to play the bombing raid.
Mm-hmm. Oh, electing just to do it right off the bat. Saying,
Yeah.
you know what, we'll figure out tomorrow's problems tomorrow. today we're dealing with the IHG. Yeah, I mean, it at the end of the day, it is a really good curve out. Even though it does leave your opponent with the IHG, just curving out has its values.
I'd imagine we see the double surprise attack on the Schutzen. It's one of the best targets in the deck to double surprise attack. Do these players run Shiden?
I don't believe so. No, they don't. I think
Yeah.
yeah.
So that makes this decision pretty easy to double surprise attack then.
Might we see potentially moving up Aichi for the expansion?
It's possible. But
I think,
the Martyr also
yeah, the Martyr
prevents drawing.
is much more reasonable. Going for the type 94.
Man, and this Whirlwind is so good at allowing you to deal with both of these really high priority threats on the same turn.
Yeah, and this is where we start to see the 4 expansions become a problem, because like Gorg is sitting over here with very little ability to get into the front line unless he wants to burn both surprise attacks right here. Okay.
Yeah, you've got to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, and chaining's expansions.
Oh my god, so many expansions. Holy. But yeah, Tang Tang still has a comfortable value lead, but Gork's signal means that Tang Tang does have to like come up with a game plan as the longer it goes on, the more Tang Tang is going to be taking damage from that signal.
Yeah, and the key
and there it
also
is. That is a
presents a pretty
great
big
answer
problem.
for a signal. Yeah, the key is also a big issue. I believe they both play one copy of Sendai.
That seems to be the
Yeah,
standard for most players.
They play one copy of Sendai.
I like the 2 copies of Sendai because I
do
hate
too.
guards.
I do too. It makes it much better into like Russian, you know, playing against like Russian guard decks, Russian control decks, but I can see why Sendai is hit or miss, you know, if it gets destroyed, really feels bad.
I'm not sure.
In some ways it's kind of like Japanese half track. Like oftentimes it just bounces it for a turn when it comes back.
Yeah. I'm not sure that signal was actually that high priority for Tang Tang. I feel like you could have gotten away with another expansion in a 20-second on the turns where you're actually able to guarantee that draw, because it might be hard to get that draw off now. And I think I would have been willing to take just a little bit of burn to make sure that I got that draw off.
Maybe.
Because now Tang Tang can't really do anything good here.
Yeah, I mean those 20 seconds are kind of just like rotting in hand. At least Whirlwind and Aichi mean that you're gonna be able to make some nice trades, but when Gork inevitably plays the 35 Ts in that key, Ooh, man, it's gonna be tough for Tang Tang. Yeah, Tang Tang needs to like figure out either a way to draw or at least hope for something off the top, because somehow this value lead is just completely slipped away with Gork chaining those expansions together.
Yeah. I really think the critical turn was that that decision to go for the raiding brigade on the signal. I don't think it was as high priority as Tang Tang evaluated it.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, these are the decisions that you have to make at this level, and normally Signal really has no answer except for the raiding brigade, so it's like super tempting, but it's tough. It's really tough to make those kind of decisions at this level.
Tang Tang doesn't get quite the best hits. It looks like he's opting to leave the key alive rather than fully trading out. But this does net you an extra draw off the 22nd, and you get the value trade in. So I think it's pretty reasonable. No Sheedan in Gork's deck means that taking this 6 from key is a little more acceptable. Because if you can hold this front line, then Jagro struggles to get damage through.
Yeah, but you know, that's Schützen draw, and with the Shinano in hand and hitting with the key, like Tang Tang is getting scarily low here.
Yeah, but that's last Schützen. The signal is gone. So Gork doesn't have any way to burn except from controlling the front line. So if you're able to wrestle back control of the front line, then... Well, sorry, there's also the bombing raid and there's the Shinano. That's are also ways to burn the HQ. So those are quite scary, but if you control the front line, Tang Tang's still in this game. Now, can he pull that off? It seems hard to in this situation, but...
Definitely
yeah.
it's a challenge.
Starting with the Aichi trade seems to make sense. I would be surprised to see trading with the 22nd. Just to save 1 credit.
Yeah, this is pretty difficult. Using the surprise attack just in case. Here we go.
Oh.
And that is gonna be it.
Does it? Some fortunate things for Tang Tang. Takes game 3.
When you have those 2 Aichis on board, you hope that they're gonna be able to suck up some damage, because the destruction effect can trigger halfway through Shinano. So they functionally have 4 health apiece, and that is not what happened. I'm not sure how much that Shinano mattered. Like, I don't know how lucky it was. I don't know what Tang Tang's chances of coming back from that were, but you seem to say that they were pretty good. So,
Yeah,
Gorg?
I'm no mathematician. I can't tell you the odds, but I could certainly see it going wrong as well.
Yeah, Gorg just needs 1 more win here to progress to day 2. Can Tang Tang manage to get back into the game? It's gonna be difficult.
He's got a nice amount of early plays leading into a key, which is one of the strongest things you can do on Jagro.
It looks like Gork was more concerned about pretending to have careless talk maybe than dropping the type.
Maybe. This also does allow him to get the draw off of Verado, though.
Ah, true.
The 35T certainly trades with the Arado.
100%.
But then it's a question, do you hit the HQ once and trade, or do you hit the HQ twice?
I mean, if you're the aggressor, I don't know if you have any option but to hit the HQ twice there.
Oh, there's always options.
There's always options.
I can see playing this a little more value-oriented from Jagro. I don't think that's crazy. And
No,
Gorg
no,
is going to
no,
punish it.
you're definitely right about that. But at the end of the day, Jagro still needs to be the one to try and get under this Japan or this Germany-Japan deck.
Mhm.
We got to come up with a name for this. What are we gonna call this?
German credit denied.
But what about the variants that don't play so? What about the variants that just play like air superiority?
Then you call it a German midrange.
Okay, we can just call it a German midrange.
I don't know. I distinguish between the two decks. Like there's a lot of overlap, but I think they're
It's really just a different Arado package at the end of the day.
yeah. A lot of cards for Gorg.
Yeah, and I mean that's what you need if you're Gorg. You've managed to halt the assault and establish some sort of board. And it's exactly what you need to do.
Mhm.
Really? Okay. Interesting. I did not expect that. I was expecting something like Whirlwind push up or something, but maybe Whirlwind is best saved for a future turn when it can take out the Aichi.
Now Key is pretty insane for Tang Tang because Gork doesn't have any way in his deck to bounce it. He would need to find another type 94 to double surprise attack it.
Yeah, and if Tang Tang holds the front line, then how are you gonna take it out? How are you gonna trade with it? Not even Comet trades with it.
This is gonna be at least 7 damage coming through.
Yeah, and it's gonna put Tang Tang to, or sorry, that's gonna put Gork to 6. It's getting down to the wire here for Gork. Oh my gosh, and that's a huge draws. We got Naval Supply Run for an extra 4, putting Gork to 2 if, oh wait, no, because
A
Tang Tang
credit
doesn't
off,
have the
yeah.
credits. Yep.
But
Wow.
this is interesting. Tang Tang, the sort of natural line is to double surprise attack this arty, but you can actually surprise attack 2 units to just go all in on this key. And I don't think Gork has a way to deal with it unless he finds a type 94.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't seem crazy to pin 2 separate things and really just push.
Yeah, however, Gork has had several draws.
Oh!
Yeah, that's a
brutal.
brutal overdraw. If you're Tang Tang though, you know, Gork has had a couple of draws off your key 83, and I don't know if it's a risk that I would take because it's not necessary, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't seem like a necessary risk to me.
Now, Gork, of course, still stays alive. He plays the 1 surprise attack. And because Tang Tang went for this play, it could end up bad here.
The Schutzen looks
staring-
really nice.
Staring down all these threads. Yeah, Schutzen is very nice for sure. You might also just want to get these Aichis down because they're such difficult creds to deal with. Oh,
Okay,
bringing
so
Gorg to 3 and killing the 3/3 artillery.
Tang Tang has to decide if he wants to trade out, but potentially lose a target for the Schutzen next turn. But I think that if you don't, it just telegraphs so hard that you have Schutzen.
Yeah, and Gorg can always just trade into the key.
Yep.
Yeah, I disagree with this from Tang Tang here. I'd love to see the key preserved a little better.
Yeah, I don't know how Gork is gonna manage to navigate this because you essentially know that Tang Tang has Schutzen after that play.
Yeah.
And how are you just like never gonna push anything to the front line? Like how do you win a game like that, you know?
Yeah,
Doesn't
for
really
sure.
work too well.
You do have the FWs to try to get damage through. Tang Tang is able to play Martyr, Type 93, and trade with the Fighter. The 4/3, that is.
True.
Get another Aichi online. It buys him a lot of time if he goes for that line.
If you just trade out with the Errado though, and play another Aichi, it's more credit efficient and forces your opponent to like answer one of the two Aichi. Well, yeah, it's just really hard for your opponent to answer if you take out the Serrato, play another Aichi.
This is getting difficult for Tang Tang. 20-second to cycle more potentially.
I think
Or
playing
you can
Aichi just
play
makes more
Aichi,
sense. Yeah.
I think so too. Oh, getting the tanks online. If either survive, then that's lethal. Gork has to deal with almost everything on this board, except
Yep.
for the Aichi. That is rough.
Yep, I have a sneaking suspicion that this is going to be a 2-2 game, and we're going to see a Germany mid-range mirror match, probably, if this goes the way that I'm expecting.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way for Gork to kill everything out. He has to leave a Type 93 up. Or,
And
sure, he can take the front line, but then
yeah,
there's
it
the
just dies to
Schutzen.
Schutzen.
And Gork doesn't even need to see it. He knows. He saw the telegraph earlier on in the
Yep.
game.
Yep.
And the streak of 3-1s is officially over.
Has it been 3-1 for pretty much the entire day?
Yep, it hit 3-1 for all the other 3 matches.
All right, and this is going to be a really, really interesting test of skill. This has been a fascinating match to watch. Watching two really, really skilled players play the exact same decks. Really a treat to watch. It has been a little bit of a long one, but it's really, really cool to see.
Now, it could be a show of skill, or it could be credit denial to keep your opponent off of their credit denial. Now, Tang Tang is actually could end up, if he plays it in a certain way, getting this credit denial out, the Sovereign Plan out earlier with the Nakshub and the 15th Cavalry.
Mm-hmm.
If he wants to go for that, then he would hold up Careless Talk this turn.
Yeah, being able to catch the 22nd with the Careless Talk seems really good in my eyes. I don't know. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if you knew the hands, then I think for sure you would hold up Careless Talk from Tang Tang, but without knowing the hands, of course, it gets a lot more complicated.
If Gorg goes for the 22nd, then on the following turn, Tang Tang can play. Never mind. Not even worth discussing. That was a really quick pass from Gorg. I guess Gorg
Yeah,
is interested in playing towards the Errado, so that on turn 4, Gorg can ideally play a Southern Plan.
yeah, Andy's scared of the Nakshub, but to completely give up that draw and to so think so much that your opponent for sure has the cavalry to punish. It's interesting.
This is a fascinating start to the game. If you had told me that this is how it's going to be, I would have said no way. But just like watching both players in a standstill where the first one to play is going to lose it to the Careless Talk, and then if you play anything after that, then you're not playing around their auto. It's really interesting.
And Gorg deciding he was comfortable enough to make the same play, but being able to hold up Careless Talk. Of course, Tang Tang also got the opportunity to hold up Careless Talk for the same reason.
Tang Tang just sacrificing the 22nd into the Type 94 seems really weird to me. What do you make of that?
It's really awkward, but I suppose he's thinking he has the credit denial. He needs to not get flooded out while he attacks Gork's credits here. Because it's so easy to fall behind on board far too much when you are playing these Sovereign Plans.
Both players have the Schutzen in hand, which is super high value, but Gork can follow it up with the Admiral Hipper and the FW, and Tang Tang is going to be struggling to stay in this game. You know, you have the Nashiv, you can play stuff ahead of curve, but you don't have anything to play ahead of curve. There isn't anything to do. If Gork ends up pushing that 4-5, then Tang Tang can play type into the Schutzen and make a really nice value trade.
Yeah, it's hard for either player to take the front line at this stage with Schützens online for both players.
Gork seems to be debating whether to push up the Schutzen or to Admiral Hipper the Yag Bomber.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great to let your opponent rebuy that deployment effect, but when you know it's in hand, you at least get to play around it a little bit better.
Yeah, for sure.
And if your opponent uses it just on a 2-drop EA, you can't be too mad at that. Not that Tang Tang had other options that turn, but... And both players have destroyed 1 credit.
Hey, Gork just has all the value. The double FW, ooh, but that's a great draw from Tang Tang. Comet means that if Tang Tang can start trading out, then in the long run, Comet is gonna make a pretty big impact. That is, unless it gets caught by a Gork second Careless Talk. Yeah, Tang Tang deciding that speed is everything here. Let your opponent trade into stuff and just gotta go fast.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense after this Comet draw and how much
Mhm.
card advantage Gorg has.
Yeah, I think before the Comet draw, that's a completely different story. But when you have Schutzen and Comet and Autocanone, and you get to attack with your Yag Bomber this turn, I think that play makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And you know that there's no healing in your opponent's deck.
I think we're gonna see this FW trade out into something. I'm not sure which, but I suspect. Because there's no way that you win the race here if you're Gorg.
Yeah, no, it's not going to the HQ. Certainly. I wouldn't mind seeing the surprise attack here from Gorg either on this.
Yeah, for sure. I
FW.
mean, when you're at 13 and you know your opponent has damage from the middle of nowhere, like Schutzen and Comet in their deck.
So Gork is gonna have 3 turns to trade off this Yagged Bomber and go for the win. It would look like.
Yeah, but Gork bought themselves a turn by pinning that Yag Bomber. Now they might actually be winning this race after that one.
Actually,
Or maybe not. Maybe not.
it's just so hard because it's only 3 turns from Tang Tang with the Comet and the Type 93.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 more turns. Man, this Comet is really, really effective in this matchup.
Yeah, if you're Gork here, you really wish you had something to take out this Yagged Bomber so this FW is able to keep going to the HQ and keep growing.
Yeah, and
That's
maybe
sort
even
of how you
trying to
win.
find a
But...
careless talk off the 3H. I mean,
Mhm.
when your opponent has not a whole lot of cards in hand, forcing them to play around the careless talk with very limited resources might buy you extra time. It's sort of unclear, but I don't know. There's not a whole lot that Gorg can do here.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is the chance that Tang Tang doesn't have anything that costs 3 or less in his hand is quite low to play around Careless Talk.
Yeah, true.
Unless he just makes a huge blunder and just forgets about it.
I mean, Tang Tang is thinking a long time about this, but aside from just like Comet and Type, what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to play the type this turn if you don't want to.
True. Yeah, I mean, Heinkel, I guess, seems good.
Uh,
I don't know about this play, though. This
You
seems
do
kind of
get enough
questionable.
credits to go back up to
Oh!
Comet.
Oh, wow, I did not see that line. No, that's really creative.
Yeah, it's creative. It does limit your board space. How much does that matter here? If your opponent found like a Careless Talk, not a ton, because you could still just trade off your Heinkel. But if there was a Careless Talk, it would deny lethal from Tang Tang, I think. If you also killed a Great Fighter. Does Gork find a Careless Talk? No. And that's gonna be...
That's gonna be game for Tang Tang, unless Gork plays Panzer 3H into Careless Talk.
Yeah, incredibly hard-fought series. Well done to Tang Tang.
Yeah, so Tang Tang will be moving on to tomorrow. And Gork, unfortunately, was an OCC winner, is a fan favorite, has showed up a couple times, and was so close to making it. So congratulations to both players. They really, really fought this out. And played excellently.
Absolutely. That was a heck of a series, just with, you've got the mirror matchups that have happened twice. You've got identical lineups throughout the whole piece. Starry, I don't think we agreed on exactly what we're going to call that German mid-range deck, but it came down to game 5, mirror match of the exact same deck against each other. What do you think was kind of the turning point there that allowed Tang Tang to win that game in advance?
Ooh, that's a very good question.
It could be card
I
draw.
don't know.
Sometimes it's just
Yeah,
card draw.
I don't know. It could be card draw. I think both of them opened up really, really well by like forcing their opponents to play around Careless Talk, to play around Arado. I don't know. It was just a really, really well fought game. And at certain points it looked like different players were winning, and it was like a really good back and forth. We love to see that. It makes for really fun games to watch. So
Berto,
Yeah,
you seem to have had, something to contribute.
Yeah, I think both the Naxube and the Comet in conjunction were really what won Tang Tang that game, because the Naxube bought Tang Tang so much time by keeping Gork out of the front line. And with that time, he was able to get the Comet and win that race really easily, because, this Naxube prevented all that early aggression from Gork that we surely would have seen earlier on, if not for the Naxube.
Absolutely. And the other thing I want to bring up is that, we chatted a little bit before the series around the bans, right? Because it's weird that two players bring the exact same lineup and then ban different things. Yet we saw that the Tang Tang's Brit Japan deck that was banned won Korg the first game, and then Korg's frontline that was banned won Tang Tang the second game. So, Starry, looking back at it, did the bans make any difference here whatsoever?
I think it was just about my suspicion. I'm not these players, but my suspicion is that it's in their testing, they probably identified strong points of their own and strong points of the opponent, and we're just trying to target specific matchups. But yeah, no, it's really interesting to see. I wonder if like those bans could have affected the way that the game turned out. Sometimes they do. So
And Berto, do you think sometimes as well it could just be, Korg's playing against Tang Tang going like, you seem to be really comfortable with this deck. It might not be the best or the worst matchup, but it's just something you're really comfortable with, and taking it away might maybe swing the series in my direction?
Maybe, but if anything, I think Gork is probably the most comfortable player on that pin deck. Like, that's his style and what he's known for, and that's not what Tang Tang banned from Gork. So that's interesting as well.
But it worked out for Tang Tang, as he'll be moving on to the semifinals tomorrow. So thank you, Starry. Thank you, Berto, for an awesome cast. Let's bring up the bracket one last time here. So there you see our matchups for tomorrow. You got Loser taking on Bezio. You got Artemisia taking on Tang Tang. We're going to have our bronze match and our grand finals as well. $1,000 going to the winner of this OCC Ultimate. So thank you both once again. Thank you, Bubbles and Spooz, for the cast. Thank you all for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow for the rest of this 2-day extravaganza.